Like Stefan, I kid you not. I went to an event one time with Stefan. Stefan, he said, your breath stinks. Go brush your teeth. That's what Stefan told me. I needed to hear that. But that's what a friend does. A friend tells you the truth and elevates you to greatness. Joe with style, Stefan with style. So to me, as a man, it changes your life. And I'll leave with this story, and then we'll wrap it up. There's a guy, you guys may know him. His name is Teacher Men's Fashion on YouTube. His name is Jose Zuniga. We were having this great conversation. And he was telling me about how one of his one of his employees is a billionaire. No, not a billionaire, sorry. His dad is a billionaire. And he was telling him about his life. And he was saying how, my best friend, his dad is CEO of Coca-Cola. And then my other friend, his dad is the CEO of this steel company that makes all the buildings in New York City. And he was just sharing about all his friends. When that kid needs a job, he's a phone call away from whatever job he wants.
Hey guys, welcome back to Themas and Thoughts. I am so sorry that I'm late. I was told there was a bunch of live stream going on in tandem, so I try to wait it out without going too late. Now, we had a live stream a couple weeks ago, maybe last week, and we were talking to some women about success, what they're doing, their schooling, people who didn't go to school, people who graduated high school and then went on to do amazing things. And I thought it was such a refreshing experience. I was willing to leave it there and move on. But some of the men reached out and they said men have a story too, and stories of success. And it just sort of maybe an inspirational moment for men to get included in these kinds of conversation. And so I started with a piece, half trolling, not really, partly because I think if we're to take Hafiz at his words, he's trying to improve men. And so if this in any way adds to the improvement of men, I think that would be a blessing and that would be amazing. And so we're going to roll the clip. I have some people that are going to help me with the live stream. Brandon is backstage and he'll be on when we come back. And I wanted to talk to him about sort of his experience, his life, and all of that stuff. So let's get into the video. All right, let's start. All right, someone said, come on, brothers, make us proud. Happy Friday, by the way, to everyone. Welcome, Tiffany, Tori, Super, Miss J, Miss G, Ngozi, True Mystic, everyone, just welcome. La Sirena, welcome, everyone. Themis, I'm a part of your community, not majority of your community, period. Actually, I'm glad you brought up the part versus majority because I do want to ask. Brandon is backstage and I'm going to bring him out like right now. And I want to ask him about what he thought because I know he watched the conversation with myself and Orange Pill. And I actually want to ask him about it because Orange Pill kept saying, I wasn't married, and somehow being married probably give you an insight on how to do fractions. so, so some stats that we wanted to go over, and I'll wait till a bit in the show before we get into that. Brandon, what's up?
Hey, how's it going, Themis?
I'm good. How are you?
I am doing well. Ready for the weekend, but glad to be here, talk with you today.
Thank you. I know you have a limited time. I think someone said you are a little bit low.
Oh, okay. 1 second. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, that's perfect. And so obviously I appreciate you coming on. We've known each other for since uni, since undergrad, right?
Yeah. I think at least 10 years at this point, probably a
Yeah,
little bit.
we were RAs together. I've told people about me being an RA. We were RAs together. That's where we met. I think that's when we met, when we were RAs in the same building. Um,
Yes.
in any case, before we get into more serious stuff, did you got a chance to watch me speak to this person called Orange Pill, correct?
I did. I did get to see that.
And what were your thoughts,
Well, generally speaking, uh,
generally speaking?
it was a very interesting episode. I try to support your channel for sure, and I walked away from it feeling a multitude of different things. Right, I felt frustrated. I felt overwhelmed. Uh, I felt a little bad for the guy, but not in a. It's hard to explain. It was just so much going on,
When
and go ahead.
you said frustration, and I felt frustrated also. Can you explain a little bit why you were frustrated?
I was frustrated because of the level of, and I don't know if I should call it pride or uh, just the level of inflexibility from his part and unwillingness to say, hey, you know what? This is how I thought about the issue, and maybe my mindset won't change, but you're making really good points, Themis, and I will reflect on those. And like his unwillingness to at least go that route was frustrating. It was arrogance. Yeah, I see someone just put that on there exactly. And so that's how I walked away. The other thing that I wanted to talk about from that episode was someone very influential in that young man's life. I am surmising has told him the things that he is now spewing. And I don't know, I know some people may think, oh, he didn't really believe the things that he was saying. I think, for one, that he did believe what he was saying. And there are several reasons why I believe that. The conviction in his voice, the conviction in kind of how he was speaking, and then his a willingness to kind of stay around and and get drugged through the internet. I mean, I do respect him on that level, right? Instead of just being like, you know what, bump this, I'm just gonna log off or shy away from it. And I think someone told him. So I was talking to my wife about the episode, and you know, we came to the conclusion that, like I said, someone in his family, maybe, I don't know if his father, grandfather, mother, someone along the line told him, this is what you do. You go to school, you rent an apartment, then you get married, then together you buy a house. And maybe he took that to mean that is the only way. That's certainly a way. But I think that was probably where he was coming from. And hey, listen, when I graduated from undergrad, I wish I could have bought a house, right? I couldn't. I couldn't afford a house at that point. I have a home now with my wife. We bought it together. But if I could have done it, or if she could have bought a home before, all for that. I mean, that is the way to build wealth in the community. And
Wait,
so,
wait. So to be clear, you
yes,
would be okay with your wife having a home before you married her.
yes, absolutely. And actually, her mother owned a home. She was not, her mother was not living in the home at the time. Like towards the end of our dating period, transitioning to fiance, then to wife. And I went, and with her mother's blessing, I actually lived with my then girlfriend in her mother's home, and I fixed things up. I helped contribute. She didn't ask me to help to contribute, but I wanted to. And it was at no point any type of obligation or negative feelings. It was a part of a commitment to my relationship.
I mean, there is a cultural difference here because I think on one level, people can hear that and think,
Mm,
oh my God, did you bum it up with your wife? But on the other, I already know you and I know your success.
right.
So I think there is like a cultural understanding of like just how to build together and decisions to make in terms of planning for future, right? Planning for the future. And I
Yeah.
do think it's sort of interesting that I mean, not on that front, but on the front where someone is like, I would never date a woman with a home. It
Mm.
seems absolutely absurd. But since you are married, since you are married, um, at some point during the conversation, we were talking about him paying majority of the bill and his wife paying a minority of the bill, or a smaller portion of the bill. And he did not believe that majority was a part. It seems to do basic mathematics, you have to be married. So since you are a married man, my question for you is majority still a part?
That is a resounding yes.
The majority is a part of the whole. Like if you pay majority of the bill, you still are paying a part of the bill, not all of the bill. Got
Yeah,
it.
yeah, and just a little bit more on that. Absolutely, famous. It is a part of the home. What struck me as interesting from this young man was his the level of excitement in his voice, right? That he got to, oh no. I pay the majority. It's the majority. Almost as if he had to announce to the world, I make more than my wife. I am the breadwinner. I am contributing more. And you really don't have to highlight that. If
Yeah.
you are confident in yourself as a man, if you are confident in your relationship, and you don't have these ego issues, right, in the way, you don't really have to announce that. That's like Trump. I mean, sorry, I don't want to make this political, but that's like
Yeah.
that's like someone saying I'm the smartest one in the room, right? Or well, you're probably not the smartest one in the room if you have to go around and announce it.
Yeah. And if you are the smartest one in the room, you might need to find a different room. But on that note, actually, when we met, I think there was I don't know if there was a competition because we always helped each other out. We always told you should run for this, you should do this in uni. So when you think about this idea that the black man can, what comes to mind? The black man can do what?
The black man can do anything he puts his mind to. I mean, you got to have a plan, right?
Wait, wait. I knew this was gonna happen.
I knew it was going
Is
to.
Brandon white? No, he is not white. He is definitely black. And as I don't like going into people's personal life, but his wife is also black. Just FYI, I think these questions come up a lot with successful black men.
Right.
So I just want to put that out there. Go ahead. Go ahead.
That's sorry. That's just kind of that's funny. Yeah, definitely black guy over here. Black men can do anything they put their minds to. Um, it says it sounds like I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted by this.
They're petty. Well, let me say, Brandon, do not listen. Do not look at the chat. I probably shouldn't be putting it up on the screen. They're
That's fine.
just shady. My entire chat is going to be in timeout in a minute.
I will. No, it's fine. I will just not look at it right now. I'll check it out later. On the flip, but yeah. Yeah, black men can do whatever they put their minds to. I mean, have a plan. I think for us, what what made us get to the points in our careers and our life that we are is we had a plan. I mean, I remember being in uni, as you say it, Themis, being in uni, and just chilling and being like, hey, these are some of the things that we want to do in our life. So how do we get there? I think a lot of us just I'm a first generation lawyer, right? I'll put that out there. I'm a first generation lawyer. My mom was not a lawyer. My dad was not a lawyer. I had zero attorneys in my family. And I didn't know how do I get to this place of practicing law that I'm at now, and how do I become a successful lawyer and all those things. And I just had to sit down and do the work.
Yeah, I mean,
Right?
so that's
So,
the thing. The
yeah.
work, though, the work. I think that a lot of us imagine, like, we'll see someone playing a piano, a pianist, right? And we're
Mhm,
like, I would give anything to be that good of a piano player, right? Something went in my eye. I'll give anything to be that good of a piano player. But you wouldn't give up 10 to 20 years of your life studying. And I think a lot of people see the end product, want the end product, but
mhm,
ignore the sort of process it takes to move from point A to point B.
mhm,
And I do remember sitting down before you graduated, before I did.
mhm,
You were here a year ahead of me.
mhm,
And I remember us talking about wanting to be attorneys.
mhm,
And you were telling me, this was like way before we even graduated, before we even started thinking about what schools to go to. You told me which schools you wanted to go to, and ultimately went to an Ivy League. I'm always going to point this out because at that point, I don't think the people around us doubted us. And
mhm,
that's probably because of how much work we put in, how much we studied, and how much we cared about where we were going.
mhm.
Um, do you think that's something that can be replicated? I don't think it's something so. I thought everyone was doing it, essentially. I literally thought everyone was doing it, but I realized even logical reasoning is not a thing people engage in. Do you think that's something that can, one, be taught, and how do we do that in your mind?
Oof. That's the $1 million question, brother. Um, I really don't know, but I mean, I will take a stab at it. I think I think it can be replicated um, at a young age. I think you have to
Wait,
catch.
no, stop. So, are you saying for people who are a certain age, it's over? Because Meunier is going to come out after you whenever you have to go, and he's also very focused on
Mm,
young kids and
mhm,
saying that, like, we need to train young kids. He
mhm.
hasn't said forget the older people, but he's very focused on young kids, and I'll ask him about this. I I'm concerned about the grown people too. But continue. Sorry.
No, that's fair. That's a fair point. So let me just clarify. I'm not saying, all if you're not a kid, essentially, it's over for you. Not at all. I mean, I know a ton of Black successful people, right? Like, that's my circle. Um, you were in that circle.
Yeah, but the problem is,
Yeah.
if we look to our circle, like, honestly, I didn't know how bad it was even speaking to certain people. So if we
Mhm.
look to our circles, we'll have a very, very improper view of what the world is. I won't interrupt you again. Continue.
No, please. No, it is fine. This is the conversation. I also want to put out there, before I was an attorney, I was a teacher. So I think that comes into play as well. I taught very young children, and I taught very young children at an early age, and I could see, and I taught at a predominantly Black school, right? And my people, and I would have kids come in, and on day one, you know, I would have other teachers say, so and so is a quote unquote problem child, or da da da. I'm like, okay, well, when he comes in, to be specific, I'm talking about little Black boys. They would come in my classroom and they would be fine. They would have, you know, very few behavioral problems. They would be able to have conversations with me, be able to take direction from me, and I think it comes from a point of I have the expectation that when you are in my classroom, you are going to do well. And when the teacher has expectations that are high, students usually will get, all of them are not on the same level. That's not what I'm saying, but they will usually reach for that high bar. And so if you are a teacher who has a student who comes in and you don't have high expectations for them, then that's going to probably not play out very well for you. I'm probably talking on a tangent, but that
No,
I'm
no,
just
you're not. I
I'm
mean,
just
you're not. When I came back from China,
mhm,
I'm not going to talk about the teaching that you did or what it was associated with, but I remember, I don't know if you remember this conversation, but we spoke briefly about your teaching students, and either teaching or wanting to teach at that point. And I also realized that I needed to get involved in the whole teaching process because I actually did love being an RA.
mhm.
And so that's when I started volunteering. So you're not on a tangent. In fact, that was one of the inspiration for me to get involved in high schools and started teaching debating. People are asking our age. We're young professionals, FYI. We kind of went straight through and schooling. So that's why it sounds like we have so many years beneath us. It's not, yeah, we're not old. I don't know what old is, but we're not it. I will always be
Can I give them
25.
a can I give them a we are below this age?
Mm-mm.
Or- no. Okay. All right. Word. Okay. Cool. Yeah. So I don't know. I think that's where my initial response came from, Themis, because I just had that background and I see what a change you can make in the classroom over a year and a young man and young ladies, right? Because I taught young boys and young girls, and so just seeing them come in and how much they grow over the year, and then just also like pouring into them. There was a program that while I was at the school, I started after school an after school program essentially, where we taught the kids, how do you tie a tie? How do you treat young women well? What does it mean to be? What is chivalry? Opening the door, and understanding those types of things. But then also understanding that sometimes sometimes you don't have to do those things. This is just a background, right? I'll give you a short thing about that. When I met my wife, this gentleman, and thought I was being a gentleman. I opened the door for her, and she said, she just communicated with me, hey, I appreciate you opening the door for me, but I really don't need you to do that. And I did not take offense to it at all, because um that we grew up in different areas, and for her that was, and she had been just so she had been so independent before we met, that she didn't need me. There are a number of things that my wife does not need. Let's be very clear, from me, right, as her husband.
Actually, I want to get into the relationship bit. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about relationship, and I won't talk about relationship at all with Monier when he comes on. I'll
Okay,
talk.
sure.
Does a woman's education matter? Take that however you want.
I was about to say that's a very broad question there.
Yeah, take that however you want. I'm not even
Does
going to
it
try.
matter?
We've never talked about this.
I have to have clarifying questions though. Just so,
Ask.
does it matter when you say does it matter? Do you mean like, is it something that has value, or are you meaning
Yeah, is it something that has? All right.
qualifying?
I think that's a fair pushback. Let me re-ask a question like this.
Okay.
In your relationship with your wife, degree or education, does that have value for your relationship, or do you just disregard it and say, "Oh, well, it don't matter. I'm the one with the degree."
It absolutely has value. She is an independent individual that has decided, that we have decided to come together in a relationship. So if she were not with me, if I was not so lucky to be her husband, right? Um, then her degree would definitely have value, and so me being added to the picture doesn't take that value away.
Oh, that's so sweet. That's actually really sweet to hear. I don't hear that at all on here. So thank you for making this
I'm gonna have
that statement.
I'm gonna have to just I'm gonna have to like I feel like there are I don't know. We're gonna have to get together after this because I feel like there are some other gentlemen who can come on here and like speak like they have sense. I don't know what hole these other folks are coming out of, but I'm telling you, I mean, I don't know. I don't know why that's something that's so surprising.
Can you talk a little bit about your journey as an attorney?
Sure. So when I was a teacher, I knew I wanted to be a lawyer, right? Like I knew that. And it came up during multiple times where I would have students who were having issues at home, or their parents might have a legal issue, or little things would come up. And I'm not talking about domestic violence or like the stereotypical, Black family stuff that you see on TV. That's not, I mean, like someone passed away and they needed to figure out how to make sure that the will was going to be executed correctly. Things like that, right, would come up. And I felt like there were more things I wanted to do to help my students outside of the classroom. So I decided to go to law school, and I knew I wanted to go. I just didn't know kind of what I wanted to do. And I'll just say very broadly, I practice in the area of law that involves schools and students and education, right? Just broadly, very generally. And so I'm using my background with the profession that I did before becoming an attorney to inform my practice now. And that's kind of like has always been the end goal. Getting to this point has been rough, right? I mean, like I said before, I did not have lawyers in my family. I'm proud to say, and I don't know if I think I might have told you this, but maybe I didn't. The very first time I took the bar exam, I failed.
No, you didn't tell me this.
Yeah, I didn't know if we had this conversation or not, but I
You
definitely
did
failed.
not.
I can make a ton of excuses for why I failed the bar. I fell like by like 3 points, and there were, to be fair to myself, there was a can I curse on here? No, I can't. Famous?
Yeah, I can hear. Yeah, you can go. Yeah, please.
Can I use like profane language on this platform or no?
Yeah. Oh, please go curse away. Humanize yourself.
I just didn't know if they were gonna like, I don't know, the like thought
I
police.
demonetized most of my life, so it's fine. I got my book theme. It's ready for the book club. Yay! We start reading next week. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So there was just a lot of shit going on when I took the bar. So I failed, and a lot of people told me after I failed the bar, like, oh, you should like wait, don't take it right away again. Take some time off. And for people who don't know, the bar is basically given twice. I don't know what they're doing now, but when we were doing it, it was done in July and February. Like if you didn't pass it in July, you had to take it in February. So I failed, and then I saw all my friends pass, and I felt like shit. And I was like, whoa, like everyone's posting. I passed the bar, and I was very happy for all of my friends, but I felt I felt like a failure. Here I am going to a very, very well-known top law school, doing very well in law school, all of that just to get out and to fail the bar by 3 points. Well, then I just kind of reflected, and I was like, there was a lot going on. I had stuff going on with my my family. Some people, someone specifically very close to me was not doing well health-wise, and so there was a lot, right? And so I just reflected on that. I said, you know what? This is not a reflection of you, Brandon. This is not a reflection of your abilities, of how well you're going to practice law. Get back on that horse and try it again. And that's what I did. And I did not wait. I started studying. I mean, I gave myself maybe like 2 weeks to like feel sorry for myself. And then I got back on the course and I was like, you know what, I could do it. And I did. And I took the next one, which was in the February, the next one that they had. And I passed it and I went over. I mean, I was supposed to get, I don't know, whatever the score was. I went over by like 30 points. Like I killed that shit, man. Like
Yeah. No, I mean, and then you went on to getting a clerkship and like, I mean, I
okay.
didn't know that you I didn't know that you failed the bar the first time. And if I knew that, I mean, we live in different states, but I feel like our friendship may have dwindled a little because I should have known this.
Well, you know, a part of it was me, to be completely honest, feeling vulnerable and feeling embarrassed. And then the
Yeah.
other part of it, though, was also like, I knew you were going to pass the bar the first time. Like, I knew that about you.
Don't do that. Don't do
No,
that.
I did. I knew that. But
I promise you, I thought I was going to fail because I just didn't want to do it. But I mean, I appreciate the vote of confidence, though.
yeah. And so the other part was like, I don't think that at the time you had taken it. So I was like, shit, I don't want to tell him that I didn't, pass. And then like that adds another layer of stress. Like, well, shit, if my homeboy hasn't done it, then like, because the Project Creep, all these insecurities start to creep inside you, especially as a Black attorney, where it's like you are the only one.
Yeah.
And that people are looking at you. And so, that was the two part of me of us, not discussing that before. But so that's a part of my journey. It absolutely is a part of my journey. So I said, you know what, I'm gonna pass it, and I did. And then I worked at a very large law firm right out of law school, and then I clerked for a federal judge, and that was the best job that I've ever had in my entire life. It is, and by the way, my judge is Black, right? I clerked for a Black judge, which was super empowering for me. A Black judge who also was a first generation lawyer, who did not come from money, who did not come from a background in legal, and who really made a place for herself on the bench, right? And that is my mentor to this day. And so that was a part of my kind of journey. And then I got out the clerkship. A clerkship, by the way, is a 1 to 2 year. How would you describe it, Themis?
I mean, for me, it was a 1 year experience, but I actually, when you thought, in my experience, I'm going to ask you the next question, which was what was one of the hardest things in your journey as a Black man, specifically, you think? But I had a lot of women around me, and you just talked about your judge being a mentor for you. Do you find that, well, that's not a fair question to ask because it feels like I'm setting you up for a very specific answer right now, so I won't. Let me just go to the next question regarding what do you think, and we're celebrating Black men, so I'm not going to do what I was going to ask. What do you think was the hardest part of your journey? And we're still on a journey, like anything could happen now. What do you think was the hardest part of your journey being a Black man?
Specifically in terms of law?
Yeah, in terms of school and law.
Okay, all right. And just one caveat about we're here selling Black men, and I'm here for it all day long, bro. Black women cannot be out. It does not necessarily have to be out of the conversation, right? Because I hate the saying behind every Black man is a Black woman. I hate that saying, and someone may drag me for it, whatever. I don't give a shit. Because my mother was always beside my dad.
Period. And my mother was always ahead of my dad, but
Listen, man, all shapes and forms. But that's my background, right?
I mean that with all shade.
So anyway, I just say that to say, the sisters can be a part of this conversation as well. And so if you have a question about that would pertain to Black women, we don't have to keep that out of the conversation. That was my only point to say that. But to answer your question, yeah, to answer your question, the hardest thing, man, I don't know. As a Black attorney, that I can go on and on. Being the only one, you said one, so let me calm down. Being told that I did not belong, like straight up to my face, right? Like in a lot. So a few things. I wrote a brief, and I turned it into. This person was like not even a partner at the time. It was like a senior associate, almost partner, on the partner track. I turned it into this individual, and then it was basically like shred to pieces, like marked up. And you know what? That's fine. Like, how do I get better as a lawyer? I get better as a lawyer by writing briefs, getting that shit marked up by someone who's probably smarter than me and been doing it longer than me, and then learning, retooling my skill and coming back at it. That is how I get better. However, when this particular individual, right, did it, they did it in a way to try to defeat me and to try to defeat my spirit. And to try to make me feel like I did not belong, because as soon as I turned it in, they CC'd all these people on it, had all these critiques that were, I mean, it was very demeaning. Yeah, it was very, very demeaning. Like, you need to make sure that your subjects and your verbs are in agreement. Like, go back to 8th grade grammar. I mean, and so no, but here's the thing, man. Like,
wait, they said that to you?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Because I'm a threat. Let's just be clear.
Yeah.
I am a Black man who went to a top 5 law school with great credentials. And yeah, I'm not coming at it from an arrogant standpoint. I'm coming at it from a, bro, you don't know me. Like, you have
not bro. Yeah, very good.
So I'm coming in as a threat, right? There are no Black people there are no Black males. Let me correct myself. There were no Black males at this particular firm. So it's like, who do you think you are coming through these doors? Let me just go ahead and cut you down. And so that was, so a part of that was the demeaning nature, but then it was also, I went to this person's office, you know me, and like I literally went through all the comments, and literally a lot of the comments were just like, it was a facade. It was just fake red markings for things that for errors that were not errors. There are things in there, I can't remember exactly, but just imagine you saying, you writing a sentence in your brief that says, this case is about a young man who had a mistaken identity or something like that. And then the person who's like reading over your brief and correcting it says, oh, well, it shouldn't say this is a man that has mistaken identity. It should instead say, the man with a mistaken identity is who. I mean, it's stylistic stuff, right? So it's very petty. It's very stylistic. I had no grammar issues in there. I don't know, And so I went to his office and I was like, hey, so and so, I see that you said I have issues with my grammar and I should go back to 8th grade. Please point out specifically to me.
Specifically,
what in my brief does not have fucking subject verb agreement. And they couldn't do it. And so it was kind of like I'm just letting you know that you just really need to hone in on your writing skills.
You know something? I find this quite interesting. I do like that. That just really annoyed me because
Yeah.
these people have a lot of mouth via email, but when you go sit in that office, look them in their eye and ask them for feedback, oh, it's a whole different thing. It's a whole different thing. Continue. Sorry.
Yeah. And so he couldn't really give me any specific. And so I said, you tried, so you just did this pretty much to embarrass me. And so this person just didn't really care anymore. I mean, he just really told me off, like you think you're so smart with your Ivy League degree, and you really don't belong here because, in my opinion, I think you really got here, and I think you got to your law school through affirmative action, right? Like all things in the air. He just laid it out.
Wait. How come you, Vanessa, everyone else gets dragged with affirmative action? This is a problem.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it's a very wrong assumption. And so you asked me what was the most challenging. Maybe this isn't, but it's up there in the top 5 because once all of that happened, you have to remember this was like my first year as an attorney. So while I have, I've gotten a lot better over time. At that point, I was very confident in myself, but at the same time, I knew that there was some stuff that I didn't know, right? There was a lot of stuff I didn't know. And so it really made me it made me not necessarily question whether I belong there. And we can have I'm sure you've talked about the
No,
imposter syndrome.
yeah. I'm actually my follow-up question is going to be regarding how does it feel being in a predominantly white space. But before we get there, I'm actually having a moment of introspection here, and it's I've never dealt with that. So I think there is maybe a difference in maybe because as soon as I talk, there's an accent. Is there? Someone
Mm.
said it. Someone actually said it. You
Mm-hmm.
don't seem it's because you have a foreign accent. Do you think that might be it? Like, am I more palatable in terms of these spaces like uni? I hope. I d- Answer. You can drag me, by the way.
Man, I'm not gonna drag you. I mean, if there's nothing to drag you for right now. We anyway. Let's. So wait, rephrase your question. Are you asking if are you making a distinction between me as an African American
Yeah.
and
So
okay,
every
yeah,
black person I know, and people who are wickedly smart, yourself and Vanessa included, right? I
mhm,
know your capacity. So like I won't even compare myself to you or Vanessa. And so hearing these things, or maybe I don't pick up on them, but
mhm.
I've never had an interaction where someone like hurls the insult of affirmative action at me or you don't belong
Oh,
here.
I see. I
It,
see. Oh, that's a good question. I see. Ooh. Ooh. I- Ooh. That is a very good question. I will say, um, as a Black American, however you want to put it, like my ancestors were slave, like like however you want to put it, my parents are not immigrant, like however you want to put it, right? Like there is a there is a I feel a difference that people project onto me that maybe a lot of the Black folks who I went to law school with, who by the way, a lot of them are not Black Americans, may not feel, or
mm.
maybe feel in a different way. Um, it's something I need to reflect on before I can intelligently talk about it, but it is a really good point, and I hadn't really thought about that before.
Yeah, I think that I do actually want, I'm gonna do some thinking on that because I've never really thought about it. Yeah, Vanessa is Nigerian, but she doesn't have an accent, a Nigerian accent. So I think as soon as someone hears me talk, they know that I am a foreigner, and there might be a lot of assumptions with that. And so
Mhm.
maybe I get away because of ideas around the quote unquote model minority, which is generally reserved for Asian Americans.
Right.
So, I mean, I will, let's not get into that. Let's come back to it. Let's talk now about imposter syndrome. And whenever you are ready to go, by the way, just let me know because I do know you have a time crunch. Um, how do you contend with being in an overwhelmingly wide space? And do you have imposter syndrome?
That's a good question. I don't have it. I may have had a slight case of it initially.
Period. Me either. I don't have an imposter syndrome at
Yeah.
all.
Not at all. Not at all. And I mean, how do I kind of function and operate in a majority white environment by just being myself, and whoever doesn't like it can just not work with me. I mean,
Yeah.
that's legit like how I feel. Luckily, I'm on a team of people who that's it's a diverse team of people like I directly work with. Um, but yeah, I mean, maybe that's not. I don't know.
Yeah. No, no. I get imposter syndrome decreases with experience.
Yeah.
Imposter syndrome for me decreased when I realized there were too mediocre other kinds of people. I'm not about
Yes.
to sit here and feel bad about what I'm doing when I'm at least 10 steps ahead of other.
Yeah. No, that's real. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think. Yeah. Once I figured out, like, hey, like all y'all don't really know what you're doing, do you? Like, you really don't know. Like, we're sitting up here in a case, and you're saying X, Y, and Z. I'm like, that's absolutely wrong. And I'm going to tell you it's wrong. I'm going to tell you why it's wrong. I'm going to tell you why the judge is not going to like it
Yeah.
because you know what I'm saying. And so, and it has. I mean, whatever.
Yeah. I want to ask for what time are you leaving? Do you
Uh,
need to go?
I could probably stay for like maybe one or two more questions. Sorry about that.
All right. Um, what do Black men need to do to be prepared to pursue the career that you have, or to pursue a career in this field?
Um, have a level of perseverance. Um, give yourself. I know you told me not to look at the chat, but I.
Don't look at the chat. I
No,
mean,
no,
they've been all right. So the chat is not on timeout now because they've been like really
no, no,
amazing.
no,
So
don't put it on timeout. Don't do. No. It's just I'm tying something into your question. Because I don't want my answer to sound like I'm saying like as a black person, as a black male, you have to always go above and beyond and kill, basically kill yourself by like grinding. Like I rebuke that with all of my might. I do.
amen.
Like they are not out here grinding until their health is bad and like and having just not being able to function. Like no, like I think you have to have perseverance in the sense that you got to try, you got to put forward an effort. You got to give someone in the chat was like black man can what fail. Yeah, yes, absolutely. You have to give yourself an opportunity to fail and get back up. It's the get back that is important. I think myself included, I think as a I don't know, I don't want to make generalizations about people, but I'm speaking for myself. For myself as a straight black male, I can sometimes I can sometimes be blinded by a sense of pride in, hey, I went for this and maybe I didn't get it. Hey, I wanted to be the top, but I wasn't. Hey, I really tried hard, but this other person did better. Hey, I worked really hard on this motion and I ultimately did not get the outcome that I wanted to get for the client, right? And I have to kind of push past that and be like, you know what? I took this L today, but I'm gonna get back up tomorrow and I'm gonna get the win. And then I do. And so I think that is important. I think you have to be thoughtful and meticulous, and you have to be listen, everybody's not a planner, all right? But I think that in this field, you kind of have to be, because you got to figure out what is in front of you, what are all the minefields, because there are. And kind of, I know a brother who had a record, who had a criminal record, who got his record expunged, I believe got it expunged, and who went to a very well-known, high-ranked law school and is doing very well for himself. Like, he didn't allow his background, he didn't allow his past to kind of get in the way, even though motherfuckers out here trying to keep that in his path. And so you just got to kind of know how to like finesse and to maneuver and like figure out how to get where you want to get. It's a long-winded way of saying you got to plan.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think your final thought on this. I want to ask if you think we are on the right trajectory now, as a community, or what are some things you think we should do? And I know we didn't talk about any of these questions because I did actually want to get your real sort of raw feelings and thoughts in the moment, but. So this might be a bit more complicated of a question, but do you think we're on the right path? Compound question. If not, what do you think we should be doing?
Again, a very broad question. I know you do this on purpose, but I will go with it. I think, are we on the right path
As a community?
as a community? I, for one, believe that we are a great community. I, for one, believe that maybe we got to be honest with some challenges that we have. But I'm proud. I gotta say, when I walk into a courtroom and the judge is black and the other lawyer on the other side is black, and I'm black, I get really excited. Because I guess what I'm trying to say is, yes, there's a lot more to go. And I'm talking at it from our kind of industry. I'm sure other industries, are making some strides too. We got to do a lot better in terms of sheer numbers. I got a friend who's a black engineer. I got a friend who's a black doctor, like legit. And these are people who by the way, these are people who went to majority black, like like high school, like high schools that of like other people might look at and be like, oh, that's a bad school, or like that's a school in the hood. Like, okay, well, we are producing doctors and lawyers and engineers like the schools in whatever other place you believe is better. And so I don't know. It's a hard question for me, because I definitely think that our community has challenges for sure, but I also feel like a lot of people are out here doing good shit.
Do you think you're speaking from a place of hope as opposed to reality?
Um,
And projection from your inner circle to the broader community? I'm not going to push back. That's it. I promise that's the last question.
No. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I am. But I also like. Let's be clear. I don't only like. I don't only spend time with Black lawyers and Black doctors, and as it's coined, or well, anyway, I don't just do that. I'm also spending time with family. I'm also spending time with friends who may not have even gone to college, but who was out here like providing for their
Yeah.
families, right? Like I grew up with a whole bunch of people who made the decision that for them, college was not the right path. Like, and I've had conversations with a few of my friends who decided, like, hey, for me, like, um, Brandon, college was right for you and it worked out for you. We're not gonna talk about them loans. Um, thank you, Joe Biden, but I need a little bit more than that.
Oh, he's
Um,
going to get dragged soon from
that's fine.
me. But
Go ahead. Oh, who? Oh, Biden.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's fine. But I also have friends who didn't go to college, who didn't go to law school. You know what I'm saying? And they out here. And I guess I'm also thinking about it in terms of providing and being there and present, but then, and when you think about like other things, so like for instance, the conversation you had the other day, and just the sheer lack of like basic understanding about equity and home ownership. We do have to get better on that front, and I think that it's 2022, and take some classes, get online, talk to people. Like whenever I don't know something or I don't understand or I'm interested in something, like I didn't know a lot about. I'm still learning about stocks and all that. I mean, I have a general understanding, but not an in-depth understanding. You best believe I'm asking people, hey, do you know someone who's really good at X, Y, and Z? Can they explain this to me like a 5-year-old? Because I literally have no understanding, and my parents don't have understanding. But like, I'm not about to sit here and continue to put my money in a bank that's getting 0.0000002 interest just to say I got money in the bank when I can be investing. Like, so I think in terms of what can we do to be better is ask questions, is educate ourselves, is try to be resourceful, try to find, if you don't know, if I don't know about it, then there's got to be somebody who knows something about it. And so just like doing the groundwork and try to figure stuff out. And we got to get out of this complacency about, what.
Actually, since you brought him up, one last question as you exit. Do you
Yeah,
think our community is more like the people around you or more like Orange Pill?
maybe
Huh?
is that I said maybe a mix. Is that fighting the hypo?
um, no, I'll accept. I'll accept because I'm struggling to figure out where the community falls in terms of our ability to reason. I don't actually know the answer to that.
Wait. So like so when you say, and this is why I would like for you to, if you can, narrow the question just a little bit. So when you say like how are we doing better? I mean, how are we doing? Are you talking about in terms of reasoning, in terms of like economics? And because I feel like I'm babbling about many different
Yeah,
things.
no. I mean, you weren't babbling, but in my mind, they're not separate, right? Like, obviously, you don't have to be smart and well articulate and all of that to make money. But
Right.
as a general matter, to move from the lower class or the underclass, as some would say,
Mm,
to move up, we know that some intellect is required to do that kind of work, right? And I think for me, why I ask the question is I am concerned that there is not a ton of reflection happening. There is an unwilling. You see how, by the way, you came up and like, oh, I failed the bar my first try, or the partner, the almost partner, said this to me. We can do that, even though you didn't tell me before we came on here, but we can do that because I think we know, we understand what it takes to move forward. We understand what it takes, hopefully, to do deep thinking and learn and grow. And what I find is in my conversation with some people on here, and we're talking about men's development, is there is an unwillingness to even admit that there might be a problem in thinking. Right? There's an unwillingness to even recognize that, even if you don't want to admit that you're wrong, recognize that this doesn't make sense right now. I need to step away and then come back. And if that is the attitude of a lot of people, Money is here, and he focuses on children. So maybe he's completely correct in there. I should divert my focus at least, because if they're the majority, if the orange pills are the majority in the community currently, I think that's a problem. Even if we are talking about white supremacy and systemic racism, I don't think we have a fighting chance if our soldiers are orange pill.
Yeah, yeah. I think we have more soldiers in the army and in our reserves, right? Who are who are not orange pill, but there are definitely the orange pills out here, and so if you're asking me how do we reach the orange pills, I don't know if I have the answer to that question, especially so yes, I mean, well, not whenever you whatever day you had the orange pill conversation, you know, one thing you told your other panelists was, "Hey, I don't want you all to exert too much emotional energy in trying to change this man's mind." I think that's very good advice. And I think that that is why I believe that it's not if you there are let me put it this way. There are some orange peels out there who are willing to listen and willing to admit that, hey, maybe the way I was thinking before was not the best way. Um, and then you got some who are just hard headed and blinded by ego and pride. And so we just gonna let them be them, and we're gonna try to get with and talk to and help support our brothers who may just not know, who may just not have the resources or know where to turn to get more information or how to, how to. And so I try to mentor, um, particularly Black men in college, who are interested in law school, talk to them, send them, samples of, hey, when I was thinking about how to get my resume better, these are some things that I thought about, and you should think about them too. So reaching back is important, is important. And so I think that, and when I say the younger folks, I don't necessarily mean elementary kids. I also mean people who are maybe younger than you, maybe a little bit behind you. And so I try to do that as well. Um,
I appreciate that. Thank you. So when I start this program where we're helping with resume, I'm not committing you to anything. Hopefully you can come in and do a workshop, and
yeah.
Money can come in and do some finance stuff. Let me go to Money now. Hey Sinji, team Teamus. Welcome, Sinji. I missed your live stream because I was traveling, I was doing some stuff, and then I came here and I was trying to wait for you to end before I started, but they kind of, I started way late. But thank you for coming over. A lot of people said you sent them over here, so I appreciate that. I'm going to open the panel up in a moment, but by the way, Brandon, I do know you have to leave. Obviously, you can stay till whenever. I would love for you to come back. Um, I miss talking to people, to men who like are very thoughtful. So
Thank you.
thank you. I appreciate that. Manye,
Hello.
hey. Um, so I want to start sort of where Brandon left off.
Mm.
And the question, I'm going to ask you a broad question and then we'll get into you specifically and what you've been doing and all of that. Do you think the community as it is now is on the right track?
Hmm. On the right track. I have seen, at least locally with like my family and some other people, the entrepreneurial bug by a lot of people, especially during the pandemic when a lot of people got laid off. So I think I think we're headed in the right direction.
We are, all right. So you are in finance.
Mm.
You're doing well. You just bought your condo, and all of you're just doing amazing. I actually want to speak a little bit, not too in depth, about the meaning of home ownership generally for the Black
Mm.
community, and why it's important or not important to own homes.
It's so important. It's really, really important. Because being here in the DMV area, and I live in like North DC, North DMV area, um, a lot of people, and especially when I got here, were talking about gentrification. They were talking about the gentrification of H Street, which is kind of like a restaurant street here now. Um, the gentrification of Southeast, which is historically black, and it's you hear it. It's a buzzword in DC all the time, gentrification. And I remember when I first heard about it, I thought it was a good thing, and I didn't understand why people would say it like with a negative connotation, like, "Oh, gentrification's coming." It's like, if you look at the textbook definition, it's making property and making the area better, right, and raising the standard of living. And I looked into it, and I was like, what's wrong with this? and and other black people. I think I was at some kind of like get together, and some people were telling me, people who lived there, they were like, yeah, well, they're gonna when this happens, rent's gonna go up. Black people of color, they're gonna get moved out because they're gonna get pushed out because the rent's too high and they can't afford it anymore. And I thought, move out. Like, why don't and I thought to myself, like, well, yeah, they said that they would be displaced, and I was trying to piece together, like, why would they be displaced? But then I realized it was because they were renting, and I was like, okay, that's why. The saying that uh, that a tide, I forget how the expression goes, but a rising tide like lifts all boats. I think that's what it is. Well, a lot of the black people, they're not in boats, like they're drowning. So if they don't have a foundation in these communities, then they don't benefit when the community property values go up and the rents go up. You are on the wrong side of the equation if you're upset that the rent goes up. You should be the owner who now gets to charge more rent. You know what I mean? Um, you we're the people who are in the water and who are treading the water outside of ships, outside of boats. And when the rising tide comes, we drown under it instead of lift, like the people in the boats. Um,
Wait,
I yes.
no, I actually, because I wanted to touch a little bit on gentrification and the meaning and the sort of imposition of a majority group and displacing of a minority group. But I'm going to stick a pin there for a moment, read
Mm,
the super chat, and then I'm going to ask you about your career specifically. LMAO, I can't wait to watch this later. Apparently, I'm a category of a type of man now. That's good. Hopefully, my ranking will go up on that note. Hanging out with the hypothetical wife. Period. You better hang out with your wife, Orange Bill. Thank you. Team Teamus. All right. So you are a finance person. I don't know how much
Mhm.
you want to discuss, so I won't get into your personal life unless you're the one bringing it up. So, um, how do you conceptualize what you do, and what are some of the hardest things about um, getting into your area?
Okay. So I do government finance, specifically with the DoD right now. And I well, I pay people in all types of aspects. That's usually how somebody has my job. Like, oh, I pay people. um, but it's not just that. We have a myriad of roles, and so you could be doing some type of payroll. You could be doing, paying for travel. There's debt management. There's accounting. There's resource management and budget analysis, which are what we call in the government comptroller duties, but I think on the outside in the private sector, it's more like CFO duties. Um, we do well, yeah. So we do a myriad of things, and I've done all of them. I've done just about all of them, but yeah. Oh, Themis, you were muted just now.
Oh, what would you say the hardest thing was for you in your field?
The hardest thing? Do you mean what do you mean?
Um, being black is being black of consequence at all for your field, and being black and male specifically?
Mm, okay. Um, to be honest, I've loved where I've worked and the people I've been around. In the government, most finance people, well, I'll be anecdotal. Most of the finance people I've met are black, um, in the government. Um, we're really doing it. We're really doing it in the government, to be honest. And I really implore, and I hope that more black people will come into the government. I actually joined a volunteer organization because I want to do some outreach to have more black people involved in the government. But yeah, and especially finance specifically, very, very diverse. I've met people from all walks of life. I never thought that I'd have growing up in Louisiana. I never thought I didn't even think that I'd have white friends, to be honest. But my environment was very black. So I've since met, I've created, white friends and Asian friends, South South Asian, East Indian. Um, I've met people from everywhere. It's really awesome, actually.
So I'm assuming you don't struggle with imposter syndrome or anything like that.
Not at all.
Oh, all right. When you hear the black man can, what comes to mind?
Hmm. Uh, the black man can transcend the stereotypes, the the microaggressions, um, yeah, the odds, the statistics. I think black man can transcend.
Do you actually believe that? Because not actually believe that, but do you think adults are capable of change on a large scale, or would you say the focus should be on the children?
Well, you did point out to Brandon that that I'm more partial to children. And I think Frederick Douglass also said something similar, right? He said it's easier to raise good children than repair broken men, something like that. Um, so I'm definitely partial to children. They're moldable between 0 to 7. They're extremely moldable, and impressionable. And I think that, with the right uh, figures, the right how can I say, role models, that they can be exactly who we need them to be to, take our places and to push us forward.
But when you say the right role models,
Mhm.
are you speaking about black children or black men?
I don't understand.
Are you speaking about role models for black children or black men?
Oh, I meant children. I mean, because I'm partial to children. I mean, if I want to do change, if I want to make change, um, I think the greatest change will come from impacting the youth. I think that we can change the entire culture. We can shift the entire culture. We can pivot, and we can. I mean, we're doing it right now with mental health. That's huge.
So you do think the culture needs to change then?
Oh yes, yeah, I do.
How would you describe, what's the name of the nonprofit? I don't think we talked about a nonprofit. I apologize, Waddles, I'm not sure.
Hmm.
What do you, how would you describe the current culture, and
Hmm.
what do you think our role as Black men should be?
Hmm. The current culture, I love that, because culture is so expansive. So, I love that we're we're very music inclined, um, and that we can do a lot of things through music, through rhythm. I think there's a lot of how can I say? I like the community through celebration, through food, but we do understand that like there's some colorism, some homophobia, some how can I say? There are a lot of isms, a lot of Willie Lynch syndrome kind of things that we could weed out, and I think we could pivot very not very easily, but at least swiftly with like just how can I say, guiding our children, affirming them, using techniques that we've been learning in conventional therapy, um, to break some of the like the shame, some of the I mean, and some of the things are, we can understand like completely pathologic, like pathological, like the survival mentality, the like the fiscal irresponsibility, a lot of the self-esteem things. Let's say if we just took all off the table and just went self-esteem, I think that a lot of the materialism would die down, and we wouldn't be feeding so many other communities like the Asians, right, and like the Arabs, with money for gold and diamonds and nails, and just always having to present something, and always having to, look for status, to affirm ourselves, right? So,
Yeah. Yeah. Um, Wait, there's someone in the back chat. Businessman.
Yes.
Yeah. What were you saying? You I saw you in the back chat. Is everything okay?
Oh, I saw you the StreamYard. I just touched the link because I was about to comment on what the previous gentleman said, in reference to imposter syndrome, being
Wait,
an
before
Ivy.
you go, wait, before you go, Money, are you okay with that? And then we'll come back to you in a second.
oh, you mean what Brandon said about imposter syndrome?
Businessman.
Yes.
Okay, sure, no problem.
Hi. You have a very interesting and very thoughtful and important live stream today. So I want to definitely start off and commend you with that. One thing that I wanted to agree with the first gentleman that you had on the panel is that in all communities, there are a large number of people who are going to great schools and becoming every profession that you could think of. And when I say people, I mean both men and women.
Wait. See, when you do that, when I'm talking to Money and Brandon, I think they're talking from their experience specifically. But when you do that, there's going to be a pushback regarding reality about the statistics.
Yeah, and I'm sure. So if we're talking about the 5% in every field, that means that we're talking about the 5% in every field. So whether that field is being a physician, an attorney, an accountant, or a business owner, it's still the same to the 5%. You see what I'm saying? So the statistics are the statistics.
Well, I'm so confused. I'm so sorry. You're saying that every community is doing well in terms
No,
of.
no. What I said was that he mentioned that he was a teacher, and he had black boys who were labeled troubled children came to his class, and then he was able to bring something out of them. I'm actually growing that's saying that, yeah, even with that saying Black boys are troubled students in these communities, I'm saying in all of these communities, there are people from all these communities, every school that are going to college, Ivy League, Big Ten, Pac-10 schools, Black schools, and they're becoming professionals. That's the point I'm making. That there is no community out there that there is not people from that community doing well. I'm not
Yeah,
saying
but
it's
no, no, so a part of the issue is that the and I'll open the panel up in a moment, and then people can come on, and I'll talk. I want to talk to Monier first, but the broad stroking of this doesn't make sense to me, because part of why we're doing this is because there's this understanding that disproportionately Black people, Black boys specifically, aren't doing well in terms of academically and economically. But we are trying to, on one hand, highlight positive, hopefully, Black males in the community doing well. Hopefully that can project out, and we can have right now a celebratory conversation. But I don't want us to misstate facts.
No, I'm not
today.
misstating facts. What I'm saying is that, look, Upper Bound come to every community to get students to go to these colleges, whether it's an Ivy League school, a Big Ten school, a historically Black school. Upper Bound come to these communities and they recruit students. Correct?
All right. Yeah. Before you go, can I put you in the back for a couple minutes so I can get through with Monier? Because I think when we open the panel up, men are going to come on. It's going to be a men's panel. So men are going to come on to sort of explain their experience and add to the conversation. But I don't want to sidetrack, because I don't want us to get, the stats aren't really in our favor as Black men. And so when we start comparing our community to other communities, which I think we should do ultimately, this stopped being a celebration. Like, let me just be quite frank. Like, this stops being a celebration.
Yeah, it's stopped being a celebration, but it's still not a funeral. You know what I'm saying? It's still not a funeral. It's not a celebration. We're not doing a parade, but it's not a funeral.
All right.
But yeah, I'll go in the back check and wait.
All right, cool. Thank you. Themis is the criminal. Oh, thanks, Themis. You're raising the bar. The lives are more interesting, orderly, and on point. Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, I brought my friends. So these are people who I have tremendous respect for, and who have tremendous respect for me. And so, hey, uppity. And so it's easy to talk to them as a general matter. Sorry, Monier, I am so sorry. Go ahead.
No, I think I was
Radiant,
done with
welcome.
whatever statement I was making, but yeah, what was the question that you were gonna ask?
Yeah, the question was, well, let's change it now since we are here. How do you propose engaging with Black men generally in an effort to sort of change what I think is a bad trajectory? But you might object to me saying that where we are going is a bad trajectory based on the culture.
How would I address Black men?
Yeah, well, do you think the trajectory we are on is a good one as a community, or do you think we should change? I think you answered earlier that we should change, but I want you to be more affirmative in that, or change that stance if you want, and then the how question comes up.
The trajectory, I think, like during the pandemic and post. Well, I guess we're not post-pandemic, because
Yeah.
we're on like Sigma Gamma Rho variant at this point. But so pandemic. Like I said, the entrepreneurship bug bit a lot of people. I think that's good. I think that more Black people, more Black men should be, in the entrepreneurship space, especially if, they find that, broader society isn't that accepting or conducive for them. And then they should probably open up businesses and concentrate them in their neighborhoods and stuff like that, and hire their own people, etc. Um, oh, you want to say something?
Yeah, no, I was going to ask regarding you. Do you think we have a role as Black men in the community? And do you
Mm.
think that's separate from Black women? And what do you think that role is?
Do we have a role separate from the Black woman in the community? Do
And
you
what?
mean do you mean now? Do you mean like wishfully? What do you mean?
In if you could control everything in the Black community, not
Mhm.
everything, but if you could change things in the Black community, would you change the way Black men operate, and what would you change it to? What would you change it from, and what would you change it to?
Well, unlike some people, I actually am a feminist. So
Period.
so um I I would not have Black women having a separate role, or I'm sorry, Black men having a separate role from Black women. Whatever,
Can I test?
whatever.
I'm sorry.
Hmm?
I'm sorry. Can I test the feminist point?
You're gonna test it? Okay.
Uh, do you think that Black men should protect Black women?
Do I think that they should? If they can, yes.
No, as a general matter, would you agree with the statement that Black men should protect Black women?
Yeah, in the same way that Black women, I would expect Black women to protect Black men. Yeah.
But would you expect Black women to protect Black men in the same way that
Mm,
Black men should?
well, you said in the same way. The initial question was protect, and that's vague enough. We can protect legally, we can protect financially, we can protect a host of different ways. But are you
Physically.
being more yeah? So you're saying physically?
Yep.
Oh, I think that a Black woman can also be a great shot. So if she's shooting 40 out of 40, then she can also
No,
protect a Black
now
man.
put bringing in gun. I'm talking about physical protection, like throwing yourself physically in front of someone to prevent them from engaging or attacking.
I think that's what was that called? That's a case by case basis. If she feels comfortable, but I think protect each other however you can.
All right, so are you saying you're literally principled in the idea that you view Black women, Black men and women equally in terms of their physical capacity?
Do I view them equally in physical capacity? Well, no. I'm not. No. I'm not like one of the people who's like advocating for like. Okay, let me not say that because that's mean. Um,
I know.
you know me, so you know what I was about to say.
Don't say it. I'm not getting canceled off Beyonce's internet. Absolutely not today.
No.
Not today. I
No.
am not the people who advocate for what? For what? What don't you advocate for? Don't
No. Yeah. I'm not gonna get you canceled. Because you're gonna agree with me. Um, but no, I was gonna say that no, I of course I understand that men are usually more physically, stronger than women and such. So no, I'm not making a case that they should physically swing first. I'm not saying that. But you said, but your question was broadly to protect, and there's a host of ways you can protect someone. I do believe that, and that's why we have the separation of sports for the genders, right? Or the
You
sexes
still
rather.
brought it up. You still brought it up. I can't. I cannot believe you still.
Listen, it's gonna make my point.
I
uh,
go-
but yeah. So, but when I mean feminist, I think is physically even a part of like the feminist definition? I thought it was like
no, I
socially,
think
like economically. I thought,
social, political, and economic.
yeah. Sorry, I'm a
So
feminist. Tough
I
test.
think feminists attack me for this, and I will indulge you on this. I think that my description of feminism has very specific physical protection requirements, and feminists, by and large, don't really care to consider that, or they say you can have a differing opinion on that while still being a feminist. I disagree for my personal belief, but I won't I mean, I'm not going to push back. I would be a feminist if I didn't think men should protect women. And I do fundamentally believe that men should. I don't care if you're gay, straight, bi, in, but I don't care. I think men have a responsibility of protecting women. And
Mhm.
that's not fair, I think, in a lot of people's mind and imagination. So I don't generally prescribe, but that's my position.
But if you were going textbook, you would have to you'd have to explain the link between where this physical part runs into the political, the economic, or the social.
Yeah. I mean,
Like,
it can,
where's the yeah, you'd have to like make the reach to be like, here's where the connection is, and here's where it intersects, and here's the crossroads where I can't cross.
he does not date white women. Stop it in the chat. You need to stop this now. um, I mean, yes, I can adhere to my own principles, but and say I'm going to cherry pick ideas that I think are helpful and those that
Hmm.
are unhelpful and be that. But I'm not going, in my mind, I can't label myself as a feminist because of these things that I have fundamental beliefs about.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah. But okay. So you think men and women have a role in building the Black community, and you don't see a distinction in their roles. You think they should both engage in the same ways in building. What are the things we're not doing properly, and what are the things we should be doing properly?
Hmm. Proper that we're not doing properly.
You can think about that. Feminist is not true. Feminism is not a monolith. It's not. People can define it however they want. The way I defined it, exclude me from that definition. That's it. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm once again gonna prioritize the children because whatever progress we make as adults can literally be thrown out the window. Like inheritances are spent, in a generation. So however much progress we would like to make in our lifetimes, if we're not imparting that into the children, then it'll be for naught, right? So raising the children, number one, and whatever touches that. So if we're not stable enough in our jobs, if we're not stable enough mentally, if we have too many children,
I
um,
think, I mean, actually, I think that's probably one of the most fundamental points. I think raising the children is one of the biggest issues in the not raising children is one of the biggest issues in the Black community. I actually believe that.
mhm. Oh, I see one of the chats. Does Monnier think women should submit to men?
Do you think women should submit? I actually know your answer to this, I think, but do you think women should submit to men?
What do
I
you
mean, you
think?
can't be
What
a
do you think my
feminist.
answer is?
If you say yes, the conversation is over, right? Like, you can't be a feminist and then think women should be submitting to men. You can't do that.
No, not particularly. No.
But so
No, there's no specific reason why, and I guess I'll have to disclose because I think a lot of people's position on this is religious, and I'm not religious. There's no specific reason why. There's no specific reason why you should submit to someone else. I mean, are you saying just because he has male genitalia you should you should take his word for? I don't understand that.
yeah, well, I mean, I think a lot of people take it from a sort of biblical perspective.
Yeah.
Now, when you talk about the absence of a person at home, do you think if we had more fathers in the home, well,
Mhm.
I think the fathers would have to be good fathers too, right? Like it's not
Right,
just
right, right.
having
It's exactly, yeah, exactly. It's not just not having. Yeah, I mean, it's not just being there. It's not just, being there in the couch potato kind of thing. I don't. Yeah, to be honest, no, I don't want to say that. Yeah, I don't think just being there is great because to be honest, if you're there, then you're like actively a role model, even if you're inactive, right? You're actively a role model, and if you're just there, and I think we've talked about this before one on one that somewhere in the psychologies, um, people. Well, how can I say this? Make sure I phrase it the right way. People measure themselves by that measure their success by their same sex parent. And so if you
Okay,
do
so the
so
bar is in hell. The bar, the bar is in hell for us men.
yes, so if you don't have if you d- so let's say that you don't have, a father figure, then ultimately you adopt one. And I think that's we see a lot of the young men that they adopt rappers as father figures. They adopt athletes as father figures, and then we're surprised that they either want to play sports or rap. Um, so, but to have one that's just there, I mean, hopefully he will be like, like employed and these other things. Because if not, then his bar would be to just stick around, to just be there, right? You don't want that to be the bar either.
The word submissive keeps coming up. Some Everyone says, "Why your voice sounds so seductive?" Um, People call him pure and like anyway, and super professional and all of that. But
Mhm.
when it comes to, y'all make me lose my train of thought. Have you ever, outside of me bringing it up or in my like text and circle, have you ever heard anyone use the word submissive in your daily life?
Use the word submissive in my
Like
daily life.
women should be submissive.
Have I heard that? Mm, I mean, I hear it from other black women with, hmm. I mean, my black female friends that they'll say it. And I think it's usually in the context of dating and these other things because, we're bachelors and bachelorettes. We're not married yet. And why do you laugh at that?
Period.
Um, yeah, so they say that, and I guess because it's uh, ultimately a value of either theirs, either it's their value, like that they want to be that, or they think that that's expected. So somehow it comes up in their dating life, and because we talk about dating lives, they tell me about it. But
Yeah. Drop the bedroom voice so we're not sharing themas with you. Period. Yeah, no sharing of themas. I belong to my channel. Period. Um, Themis, and that laugh takes me out all the time. No, I actually, so I've been scared to do this, but to the extent you're here, let me know when you're
mm,
ready to leave and we can end it. But
mm,
because I just didn't want to do this part, but
mm,
I wanted to open the panel up, and I wish Brandon was still here so you, Brandon, and I could be a part of this so we could talk to the men's together. If they don't respect me, hopefully they will respect you and Brandon, but
mm,
they've been respectful. Um,
mm. They one thing I did want to and maybe Brandon will see this later, but I do like and I admire if y'all can tell, like teachers. Like I think teaching is one of the most admirable professions. I think it's a pivotal profession. And so anyone who like who's who teaches or who's like aspiring to be a teacher, like I have admiration because I think teaching takes not just like the technical knowledge of whatever you're going to teach the people or the students or the children, um not only the technical knowledge but also the EQ and and also the patience. Like I think it's just it's so admirable to me. I really do respect it a lot. And ultimately, at some point in my career, I do plan to be a teacher myself.
Yeah. No, I will retire and become a professor. I think Brandon also, after his time as a lawyer ends, he's going to probably be a professor or a teacher. I think you want to teach kids, so I can't. I want to teach. I mean, apparently I have patience based on
Hmm.
these live streams.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I want to teach uni.
Yeah. You want to teach uni? I want to do something like either undergrad or high school, but I'm really leaning towards high school because, you know, I myself I didn't even know about all these possibilities in high school. I mean, my high school, we knew about like 5 degrees. And if you didn't want to do any one of those things, then you didn't want to go to college. And so I think we lack a lot of exposure, and that's what I want Black parents, Black men and Black women to be giving their children is exposure, is patience, is affirmation, self-esteem. Like those things are going to change the entire culture. They really will.
I think it's kind of interesting. I completely agree with you. But I think it's interesting. All my Black friends have, not all, my Black male friends have sort of like been the first in their family to do like extraordinarily well, but
Mhm.
like my white friends are still competing with their parents because their parents were extraordinarily wealthy. I think it's an interesting group of friends that I have, and I want to bring you guys on more. So I'll be dragging I'll be dragging people on because I do want to explore some of like the differences in um, academic and just sort of career achievements based
Mhm.
on background and all of that. So I think that that could be an interesting sort of discussion. I've always wanted to talk to y'all about this, but now I have an excuse.
Yeah, yeah. And
Uh,
oh, what you about to say?
oh yeah, my friends generally don't watch YouTube. I think I'm the only person on YouTube. Well, you watch finance stuff, but I'm the only
Mhm.
person on this side of YouTube that they watch. So, all right. So we're going to open the panel up for a bit, and you can ask people questions. You can obviously push back against me. I think you and I have differing philosophies, and I'll put that out now. So Brandon and I are similar in a lot of ways. We also disagree. He'll call me after a live stream, and we'll argue. You and I have very different approaches to the community and to conversations about the community. I think you disagree with a lot of the ways I approach the conversation, right?
Wait, you said Brandon. Do you mean me?
No, Brandon. Brandon and I were similar-ish, but he still disagree. You and I vehemently disagree with how I approach the conversations, right?
Vehemently? I don't know if I go that far.
Vehemently. I'm putting you on the spot to say not vehemently, so in circles you can never bring it up again. I'm kidding.
No, I don't think we vehemently disagree. No,
All right.
but we disagree sometimes.
All right. So I'm opening up the panel. I shouldn't do this. Should I?
He said I shouldn't do that.
Yeah, the last time I opened the panel, I had a debate with a person about whether or not majority is still a part of the whole. Like I don't feel like I want to do that, and that's why I recruited you and Brandon to
See,
help
but
me today. You because we disagree, and you're the we don't fully disagree, but I think you have gained a lot of success. You have built a life for yourself that I think you believe is replicable. I don't think it's that easy to do what you did. But I think we could have gone a little bit back and forth on that, but I decided to like step back a little. And then,
oh, okay.
yeah, and Brandon and I have very similar like career path and structure. You're in finance, obviously. And so I think I wanted both of you on at the same time, but he had a prior obligation,
Mhm.
but it's fine. All right. The man's the men can come on.
Wait a minute, Damus. By the way, uh, the reason I think some of your like disagreements with some of the people that you bring on, I think that they're a little drawn out because you're Socratic, and and I think it can be kind of curtailed if you drive your point and then have them respond.
You, all right, I think that's a fair critique, but I think the Socratic method I like because it draws more out of the other person.
Mhm.
I realize there's not much to draw out of certain people.
Okay.
No, you're right. You're right in that. Like I should just get to the point, and then do my questioning that way. But like my mom raised me that way, where if I came to her with a problem, it would be questions after questions after question after question. And
Mm.
even when I'm like, okay, I get here's the answer. She said, I am not asking you the answer yet. I did not ask you that. We now need to build on why you are getting to where you're going. So you now need to think about every step of questioning you can in order to get where you need to go in terms of your answer. And when you get there after answering all those questions, does that make sense?
Yeah, I get it. You're trying to chart out their logic map. Like
Yeah.
they took a right turn at this place. They took 10 steps forward. They took a left here, and they ended up at the wrong spot. And you won't tell them, "Hey, over here's the right spot." You'll say, "Show me the directions that you took to get here, so that we can deal piece by piece all the places you reached too far."
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I think, I got annoyed sometimes, but I think a lot of people in the chat get really annoyed, and like people like you and other of my friends who watch it. Not everyone. The uh, I'm not going to racialize it. There's a group of friends that hate it, and there's a group of friends that's like, I get that. Now,
Mm,
I think what happens is you guys get to the answer already, like you already know the answer, you thought it through. And so me asking certain questions, you're like, why are you doing this? Just get to the answer. Everyone knows the other step. But then you realize when you're having a debate about whether or not majority is a part of part a part of part, right?
mm,
Where part of a whole can be a majority. When you're having those, I'm using that because it's fresh in my mind. When you're engaging with people who are saying things like that, hopefully there is a realization that no, not everyone gets it. Not everyone understands the rationale. Not everyone realizes that it's ego that's driving their
mm.
decision to not date someone who has a home. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yes.
not every, no, yeah,
Yes, I understand. I understand. Another thing, and so maybe not to cut the Socratic method completely out, but to stake a claim, not to stake a claim, but to stake a position in each part of the Socratic method. If you were like, where this person starts out and then they take 10 paces to the left, and then you can be like, okay, you did that. Why didn't you think of it this way? And at least there's a stance that they can push against, because they could just jump to like a new conclusion, like with the absence of any like framework. They were like, well, because of banana, like it's, uh but at least then your position is shown. And even if they understand, even if they did take the wrong leap, or they took the wrong way, right? um in that moment they know that your way, because you presented to them, is preferable. Like maybe
yeah,
that was the better way to take that,
yeah.
because
I
they
don't
don't
know.
find out. They don't, because ultimately, if you're completely Socratic, then you get down to the root that's like causing all the misdirection. But at any point, taking all these directions, they could have turned around, or they could have did something different, and they don't know what was actually like the preferential way to go.
Yeah. I'll obviously take this into consideration because, thank you. I think that there is, I feel like there is a part of this that becomes kind of humiliating for the other person. And I don't like that, but it's like you're humiliating yourself. So should I care? But I do care. As much as I try not to care, now I care less, obviously, but I do care.
Mm,
So yeah.
mm.
But I think, I mean, you're here now, so whatever happens now, let's see. Maybe you can help guide it in some ways. We'll see. Look, we're here celebrating the men. I'm not going to put the Z or the S on the end. We're here. We're here celebrating the men. All right, the panel is now open. I'm going to roll the outro, and this is going to be the after show. And we're going to have men come up and speak about their experiences in the Black community, what they think their role is, and what they've done. And we're going to try to have a celebration. It is open now to men. to come on and see what happens. Now, Money, you might be better at this than I am actually, in terms of getting answers that are adequate. Um, but one or two things is going to happen. No man is going to come on, or well, let me not do that. Let's see. All right, let's roll the outro and then we'll wait. Man, click the link. All right. Yeah, for men only. The women had their time to shine, and y'all came up and you guys showed out. Like it was like I watched that stream, and I don't like rewatching streams. I watched that stream, I think at this point 3 times. Obviously skipping through some my parts. Because I think it was such an empowering stream. I'm excited to follow up. I don't know where the gentleman who came up went, but the panel is now open. Please don't ask me to do this. Don't ask me to do this again, because I don't know if I can, because I don't think anyone is going to be here. All right, so the panel is open. Money, what do you think is going to happen tonight?
I don't understand.
Like, what are you expecting? Have you ever watched? Well, you have watched full episodes. Do you? What do you want to hear from? What do you want to hear?
Oh, I want to hear other black men talk about, introduce themselves and say what they do and what kind of a success they've accomplished, and inspire others.
All right, me too. I'm going to do something that I've never done, and I'm just going to just not talk.
Wait a minute, what do you mean?
I think we should just sit in silence until we have our first guest.
Oh, wait, no, we can talk. Because to be honest, I think that like some of the questions you gave me were a little complex, and I don't think that I answered them fully. And I know we were interrupted briefly, so.
Okay, what question? That's good. Let's go back. So, what do you think the role of the black man and the black woman is in terms of building the community? And you were talking about child rearing, which I actually think is true, and I agree. Do you want to expound?
Oh yeah, but I think I was saying that it was equal parts, and definitely child rearing was the number one priority. I think it would have the most effect, the most drastic effect on the community and the culture. I think another one was, how did I feel the culture was affecting us, or how was the culture, something like that. Can you reread that one?
Before we actually, can you explain what you think the predominant culture is in the black community? Do you think it's like anti-intellectualism? Do you think hip-hop culture is reigning supreme? Or do you think a more academic, I want to improve approach is what's happening?
I think definitely of those is definitely hip hop, and we understand that hip hop is, well, it started out as like very rebellious and stuff, so it was kind of anti-establishment. We get that. And there's nothing inherently wrong with that, but we know that it's been, how can I say, taken over. We know that we're programming, and we can say as adults with fully formed brains that, oh, we're good, we're fine, but the children listen to it too, and we know that it's programming every type of negative behavior, every type. When you really think about it, every type of negative behavior. Maybe savor incest, right? But from the killing, the drug, the drug glorification, I don't know, the fighting, the misogyny, like everything that you wouldn't want a person to do gets indoctrinated right into your kids via hip hop. And so be cognizant of that. Do with that what you will, but that's part of your child rearing responsibilities. you know. Um, and of course, I'm not saying that no one should listen to hip hop. I think it's fine for mature people, but like I said, 7-year-old maybe not.
Yeah.
Um, and you
it's
shouldn't, and
not-
we shouldn't auction off our kids to that either. You know what I mean? Is that gonna is that gonna actually help them? Right? And even if the effect isn't, I'm sorry, the effect isn't even like a net zero. Is net negative. We understand that. Or if we don't understand it, we haven't been paying attention. So yeah, be attentive and put as much good things into your child as you can. And
Do you think the culture is more powerful in comparison, obviously, the more powerful than the rearing of a child? Do you think you would need to completely remove a child from the culture in order to control how they develop? And do you think we can do that?
um do I think it's necessary? I don't think it's necessary. I think that your child should respect, right, and trust you more than anyone in this world, right? And hopefully you can cultivate that relationship with the child. I don't think it should be that hard, but you should be emotionally stable enough that your child trusts you. And that you can impart your own values in your child. So not necessarily, you don't necessarily need to cut the child off from all the things. I mean, yeah, you don't have to do that, but if you want to produce them in mass, then it would be better to do that. It would be better to have like a private school, and I don't know where Dr. Umar is with that private school, but
Wait,
it
I
is.
disagree with you on this. I think for you, child rearing to reign supreme, you would have to completely isolate the child.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Wait, you mean like in any case? You don't
I
think
don't. I mean, I don't think in any case. I think there are some. I think the exceptions are the people who do well in a culture that promotes anti-intellectualism and degrading yourself and women, like and promotes gang culture and things like that.
mm,
I think it's difficult
mhm,
to.
mm,
I think it's an exception. I think the people
okay.
who do well in that culture are exceptions and not the rule.
Yeah. I mean, that's not incongruent with my view. I said that it's not absolutely necessary, which
Yeah.
which would allow for those exceptions. Um, but yeah, like I said, but I do say that in mass to remove them, put them in a private school, and have all your values.
Wait, now you're telling people to put their kids in private school like we rich out here in these streets.
I mean, private schools have to be. You can have donors for private schools. I mean, how many rappers and entertainers do we have, right? Um, we have a lot of them. So,
Well, who
um,
gonna ask them for the money? Me or you? Which one of us gonna ask them to give us the money?
I mean, that's an internal, like an internal race thing where we would, if we were serious about whatever, then we could formulate how we would do that. But
I, I mean, if they were willing to help, I see this going well. But these capitalists, oh, we have a man behind the stage. Oh, it's Kenny. Hey, Kenny. I mean, I'm excited still, but I was. Go ahead. What should we celebrate the black man for? And what should we celebrate? And what should we do?
You want me to explain what we should celebrate Black men for?
No. All right, stop. Why? You can start. Why are you here? What do you want to add?
I really came on more to talk because I'm not successful yet in my field. I'm still in college right now.
Successful in training.
But I did suffer from imposter syndrome from like before I even graduated high school, definitely. And I think that played a part in me not going to school until I was 25. But once I got there, I had most of my professors, but one in particular that really like kind of pulled it out of me and made me believe in myself a little bit more. And last semester, she even got me a paid internship at a digital design firm, and that kind of helped me. I still have imposter syndrome, definitely, but that helped me shake off the majority of it, for sure. But
Yeah.
I think not believing in yourself could play a huge part in why, maybe a lot of Black men don't go to school.
Do you know, how do we get each other to start believing in ourselves and our capacity to learn? Do you, well,
Can you repeat that?
that's a
Sorry.
big question.
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Do you think we can get each other to start valuing education? And I feel like I don't want to push education like as the only way, but how do we push this sense of pride and wanting to develop?
I kind of think that comes from within, because it's not like
I don't think that comes from within.
I mean, it's not like people weren't telling me to go to school and that I would be successful at digital art and graphic design. Like I had teachers telling me that in high school because I went to a graphic design school in New York. But I still, like, it was me, like people were telling me the whole time to go to school. It wasn't until I was like, you know what, I should try to go at this. So I don't know if you can convince someone who doesn't think that they belong there.
I mean, I think convincing doesn't have to be forcefully overt, but it could be a little nudge, and a repeated nudge that becomes a part of that person's internal sort of dialogue.
That's true. That's true. Because maybe without the people pushing me, I wouldn't have, maybe I would have never gone to school.
Yeah. Question for Kenny and Monnier. Why do you think so many Black men seem to have negative attitude towards Black women's education? Interesting. Kenny, go first, and then Monnier.
I can't really answer that. I would, if I had to take a guess, it would be jealousy, but I didn't know that was a thing until I found your channel. Like it wasn't until I watched your
propaganda.
It wasn't until I saw, I think the first live I ever saw of yours were "Are We Too Hard on Black Men?" And then like shortly after that, women's education came up, and I was like flabbergasted that someone would try to talk someone out of going to college or tell them that their master's degree or their PhD. So I don't know, jealousy would be my guess.
Monnier.
Yeah, let me see. Why do you think so many Black men seem to have a negative attitude? I mean, I haven't investigated this fully because I haven't met people who feel this way, or at least I haven't met them, and they haven't expressed this in my presence, at least. But I mean, I think it would just be like a challenge to authority, especially for the religious folk who think that the man is a de facto leader in all aspects. I think that if it's made known that, maybe the Black woman is qualified in this or that, he must see it as a threat, right? Because I mean, I feel like most people can see anything that like another person brings can be an asset. And it's the same thing about like perspective. I think the same thing with like gentrification. It's like, how do I get on the right side of this equation?
Do you think it is idiotic to think that someone's education and what they bring that ultimately have value is not valuable? What do you think that is? Like just the statement, not the people saying it, but like that is illogical, right? Like that doesn't make sense.
To have a negative attitude because simply because of education, right? On his face, on his face is illogical, right? Of course, but of course it's the implications and I guess the stereotypes. Maybe I don't know. I don't run into Black women like pontificating and boasting about their degrees in the dating scene. I've not seen that, but maybe there are guys who do.
I've never seen it ever. I've seen Black women talk about their degrees in real life and use it to push back when someone say, "Oh, you don't know anything." They'll say, "Oh, but I do have it," as anyone will. But in the way that people brag, I don't think it's I don't think there's a distinction in the way that Black women talk about their degrees that
Yeah.
would just be so horrible as compared to other groups of people. Sinji said, those are Megan lyrics. I
Which
watched
ones?
Megan. Oh, I didn't see the lyrics. Um, I think she's responding to the chat.
Oh.
But I did watch Megan and Carisha's interview, and it's a mess. Um, Welcome, Let There Be Light. Thank you so much. Change the title to Holding Sinji Accountable and the Bandits Will Come. Probably, actually. But I want them to come to celebrate themselves so that we can. I want to understand some. All right.
Oh,
So,
by the way, can I say something for Kenny?
yeah, you're co-hosting, so sure.
Oh, I'm co-hosting now. Oh, Kenny, I just want to say that, what you were saying about your education, you going back to school, that is so awesome. So I'm really, really proud of you.
Oh, yeah, I'm also proud of you. I should have said that too.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Businessman, you're back. All right, it is the time where you can come in and join. So what say you?
Hey, again, great show. Very nice topic this evening. I wanted to pretty much agree with your first two friends that you had on the panel when they mentioned one mentioned the self-esteem of children at a young age, and then the other mentioned that the attention needed to improve the thoughts of children labeled as troubled children in the educational field. So when I mean that, I mean like in grade school and high school, when kids are labeled troubled. And I think that what happens is the teaching methods that's available aren't necessarily reaching those particular children because we attempt to put kids and people in a one type of equation where X equals A plus B, and we're supposed to get some type of a positive outcome. Whereas lots of kids come from different backgrounds, in particular in lower income communities where they just start at different areas. And it's up to the teachers. And I've been a math and the science tutor for a long time. It's up to the teachers to meet them where they are and provide a path where they could make a couple of leaps to get where they need to be. And what I've noticed, I never, and this sound very egotistical of me, I've never met a person who could not do math. I never met a person who could not do science.
Oh, Orange Pill was here.
Hello? Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I never met a person who could not do math, a person who could not do science. What I did meet are kids and adults who didn't have the foundation to understand how to utilize what was in front of them. Once that was broken down to them in a language that they understood, then they was able to get there. And this is not only in the grade school and high school, it's also in the college area as well. And when I say that is, a lot of people, when they get to college, they want to be physicians. But then when they hit this organic chemistry and this biology, it's a different animal. What I come to find in those instances too is there are small little steps that they've missed. And our students, when they're young.
Wait. So you're pointing out problems. I'm going to change Bible Thumper's question to How do we solve? I think I actually agree with you on the education system is horrid. That it is tied to property tax is even worse. So I'm going to agree with that. But let's leave Black women out of this for now. Let's just take how do we fix the system for young Black boys? Is it our responsibility, and what do we do?
Yeah, of course, it's our responsibility. Because yeah, I
So
mean yeah. So, but the responsibility is not necessarily the system that is going to change. It's us that we have to put the energy into the system, into the individuals that's going to make them change.
wait,
So yeah, it's our responsibility.
I'm sorry, I don't completely understand.
Well, what I'm saying is that, and this is a heavy um, a heavy load to bear, is that those of us who know what is needed, we have to do more to help those who don't know. So
But
if I,
don't you think there's a systemic issue with education specifically?
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If it's a systemic issue with education, correct. But it's easier to grab a couple of students with your own personal expertise and push them through than to change the entire system. You see what I'm saying? We have people like yourself who.
No. So I'm gonna. Wait, no, I appreciate this. I hate not this, but the chat is having too much fun on this because we're quote unquote celebrating Black men, and it feels like they're laughing at the fact that you're talking about the system as opposed to solutions.
I didn't mention the system. I didn't mention the system per se. I said what I said was the individuals need more self-esteem. I didn't say you mentioned the system. I think that from what I recall, I was talking about individuals who.
Yeah, no, I am the one who said the system, but what you were describing to me feels like a systemic issue, which I mean, I think we can definitely talk and should talk about it.
Right.
But I would like for you to put the chat to shame. The chat needs to be put to shame by talking about sort of what we should be doing as Black men, or what you specifically are doing in terms of.
The first thing I said in about my first 3 sentences was I was a math tutor for a long time, a math and a science tutor. So I started that off by doing showing the work that I've done and to continue to do. And then I was going down the road saying those of us who know what to do, we need to go and bring those who don't know. That's going to be quicker than changing the system. I said that first.
All right, so you're a math and science tutor.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I do on the side because I grasp those subjects very easily. They're not my profession, but I grasp those subjects. People just ask me to tutor their sons and daughters to pass high school, grammar school, college math, college science. So that's what I do. And so when I started off, I was talking about the esteem that we need as individuals. I didn't mention the system at all because, again, I said the system is not good at all. But I said what we need to do as individuals.
All right.
I don't understand how you say I tied the system into it. I was pretty much saying what we need to do as individuals, and those of us who do know what to do, the burden is on us to work a little harder to grab a few people and push them along.
But I don't want a few people. I want to push the community and make maybe a few people will not do well. I want the few people to be the one that don't do well, not the ones that do well.
Yeah, and I think that is what we all want. But again, what you could do is what each one of us individually could do is only grab a few people, right? Because when you look at the many students that I tutored over the years I've been doing it, and it might be a lot of students, but it's still a few compared to the number who need it.
All right. So let's go back to a sort of celebration. What are some accomplishments from your life that you would want to present and so we can celebrate it?
Well, I think this is the thing. I think that look at my name, I'm a businessman, okay? And I think that when we look at each one of us, our interest, right? And this is kind of going into the alternative to the education where all of us not going to feel comfortable or equipped, whether it's true or not, we're not going to be feel equipped to be in these spaces. But I would tell you this, all of us have interests, and whatever those interests are, we could exploit those interests to earn a good living. And that just across the board. So what I'm saying is that if your interest is whatever it is, you could throw something out there. I know that I could get you to a point where you could make money as an entrepreneur, as a teacher of what you know, as someone who could network with other individuals to get to a positive place where you can earn income. So what I'm saying, so that's pretty much what I'm saying. It's not only education, we have the trades, we have any type of interest that you have.
I
And
apologize to interrupt. I think I came up to hear men's accomplishments, and I think what was being asked specifically for you, businessman number one, is what are your accomplishments, which I would really like to hear as well.
Okay. All right, cool. Let me tell you this then. I would tell you why I name myself businessman number one. Okay, so I was on a path to be a physician, right? I stopped school to take care of my mother who had cancer and take care of my father who had a stroke, right? So in doing that, I learned a couple of trades. And I had a friend who needed to have someone repair some locks on the property because she was a realtor. So I started this business on repairing locks. Then the institution that she was working for, it was a bank, they needed drywall repaired. Then they needed plumbing repair. So I learned how to contract all these things, okay? This coincided with the 2012 financial crash with the housing crash. I took that money that I had, the businesses that I've learned just by taking the opportunity, and I bought lots of real estate. So I transitioned from being a general contractor to a real estate investor. I don't have to work. I do work. I don't have to work. So I'm a real estate investor with.
Wait, what housing crash?
The 2008 to 2012 housing crash. You don't remember that?
I remember one of those.
Yeah, it was several years. So it was several years, and so basically, I took an opportunity, and I was contracting with the lending institutions through my friend's opportunity to change some locks, and I created a construction company. In doing that, I was able to get enough capital to parlay that into real estate investing. I was able to grab super low properties at 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 because no one was buying them. I was able to stabilize those properties and put tenants in them. So that's my biggest accomplishment. And then so when I was doing that, my mother actually said, she said, and this is out her mouth, she said, you were going to make more money doing that than becoming a physician. And this is a lady who has an MBA and was an accountant. And I said, nah, Ma, I'm just doing something to pass time. And that's my accomplishment.
All right. Thank you. So you bought a bunch of rental properties.
I bought a bunch of foreclosed properties, right, in areas that were not seen as desirable. I held on to them, fixed them up over time, put tenants in them. The values increased over 10 years, and here we are.
So you created some rental properties then.
I create some rental property, right? A rental, not property, a portfolio. It's called a portfolio when you have more than one. It's called a rental portfolio. I mean, I hate to flex. It's called a portfolio.
Sorry. Period. Anywho, actually, I like the pride with which you corrected me on that. Period.
Can I say something?
I think that's good. Manier?
Can I say something?
Yeah. Yeah,
Cool.
you're co-hosting. Interrupt whenever you feel.
You keep saying co-host. Okay. Businessman number one.
Yes.
I think I really commend you on the tutoring. You know, I like I said before and during the chat or during the conversation, like I really, really admire teachers. And I think, teachers they have the future in their hands, essentially. So I really commend you with that.
Listen, let me tell you something. You're 100% correct, because one thing that I found that was very hard in becoming a businessman, and I'm not successful. I'm still growing. One thing I found very hard is the mentorship. The people who do not tell you, they will let you go through pitfalls because they feel it's a competition. And so one thing that I've definitely been doing over the years is, when I was a contractor, I told people who needed the contract and how to become an own contractor, you don't have to hire me. I actually mentored 2 women today who I'm actually partnering with them on their first rehab property, and it's going to be a flip. And I'm general contracting it, but I'm not charging them. I'm actually more mentoring them, because I know that in me doing this, they will be more successful. And because I love to teach. I just love to teach, because, what I come to find, the more you teach, the more you realize you need to learn, and the more you start to understand different things.
How
So
many
I just,
people, wait, we have to move on, but how many people do you tutor?
I tutor probably about every year, every semester. When I say semester, I mean from
No. How many people do you tutor?
told at one time or over the years? That's what I'm asking.
In one time, like one semester.
Okay, so one semester I correct tutor about 7 people, and that's in different subjects. That might be from all the way
No,
from calculus
right.
all the way.
Yeah, no, I just wanted like a sort of rough number, and
Yeah.
I think that's good. I think. Okay, he said no, don't do that. Jamiel.
Hey, things. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. What are your successes? What should we be celebrating?
Okay. I'm gonna do this list that I wrote down and then kind of comment, because I feel like I have a disclaimer, but I'll just go through the list. I'm a college graduate. I'm a AV technician. I'm, I guess, sort of award-winning music engineer and producer. I've helped produce.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, not many people do, because I don't. I've produced podcasts. I'm a voiceover actor, and I'm married, so I see those all as successes.
Wait, I'm gonna need a voiceover. I'm gonna need a
no.
sample of the voiceover.
Oh no, I don't have anything to read. I don't know what to say. Can we talk about something else?
No, I want to hear this. We have talent here.
Themis is the king of putting people on the spot.
Period.
I see. This is uncomfortable. I mean, a lot of the voiceover work that I've done has been like corporate training stuff. So I mean, I've done very few acting opportunity, like actual acting, like cartoons and stuff like that. But mainly, like the bread and butter was behind like corporate things.
Oh, may I ask something?
Yeah.
Well, I can't see your name. What is your name?
Jamal.
When you say you've done cartoons, like, are you? Where are you, or where do you do that?
Oh man. Some of the stuff that I've done was like one thing that I did was a children's hospital,
Mhm.
and I think it was UCLA. So it was like a training video. But the character I was playing a black father for this cartoon girl who was going to the children's hospital or something like that. But I didn't have to I didn't have to put on like a voice or something like that. Like I just made my voice deeper a little bit, but it was,
Also very admirable. Okay. representing in
Well, that's
cartoons
talking about a
too.
deeper voice, not money.
No, shut up. No, I'm talking about representing as a father figure in cartoons too. You know, a lot of people are going to see that when they go to the clinic.
Yeah, no, thanks. I appreciate that. I think my disclaimer that I wanted to give was kind of related to the question that I put in the chat earlier. I feel like, at least for me, a lot of the things. So, for example, all the stuff that I listed, I usually don't think about and I don't see as successes outside of being married to my wife. So, like,
Oh, wait.
for,
What happened to simply? Go ahead. Sorry.
no, you're okay. And I'm not sure if a lot of the other Black who are in the panel or in the chat may feel the same way. Because, like, if you're constantly, for me, like, I'm constantly comparing myself to other people. So, for example, the whole voiceover thing. If I'm not in a Disney movie or something like that, it doesn't feel like a success. Or if I'm not a doctor, even though I'm a college grad, it doesn't feel like a success. But I do understand that not everybody gets a college degree. It's just, I don't know. I guess in those moments, like in the day to day, I don't sit around thinking like, oh wow, I've actually accomplished something. It's more like I have so much more to accomplish.
Wait. So,
That makes sense?
are you? So I have to mute you. There's a feedback. Can you turn us down in the back? Are you saying you are comparing yourself to people with degrees? Because if you're doing well without a degree and what you're doing do not require it, I don't think you should.
No, I do have a degree, but like for example, I'm not a lawyer. So I could say like, oh well, I just have an undergrad degree or a bachelor's degree, and it's not a PhD. It's not a law degree. You know what I'm saying? So I comparing it that way.
Please don't do that. That you're doing well. There are a lot of people with degrees not doing well, but like not with you have a degree, but like not like JD. So I mean, once you're doing well, you're doing well. You can provide for yourself and your family, and you're trying to help. So you're on the right path. But I want to explore that, but I feel like that's supposed to be a private conversation. So I'm going to table that for now.
You can talk about it if you want, unless if it gets too deep, I'll just run away.
Yeah. We'll come back to it then. Matthew.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm Matthew. I graduated from college a couple of years ago, got an engineering degree, and now I work as an engineer. So that's pretty much it. I don't know how deep you want to get into it.
That's awesome. What kind of engineering do you do?
I studied chemical engineering. Now I'm working as a mechanical engineer.
As mechanical? Are you with the oil field?
The what field?
Are you with the oil field?
I didn't hear you. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Are you with the oil field?
Oh, no.
No, not petroleum.
Nah.
No. What kind?
So when I graduated, I worked in the pharmaceutical field, and then now I work closely with hospitals, but it's more mechanical engineering.
Okay. But your bachelor's is in chemical?
Yeah.
Okay, that's awesome.
That is, am I muted? No, I'm not muted. That is actually quite awesome. And so very, very impressive. So I appreciate that. We'll come back in a moment when we broaden the discussion, but I just want to give everyone the opportunity to speak. Impossible.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, my sound was acting weird earlier. Well, as far as my achievements are concerned, I suppose the first thing I would go to is that I graduated with my bachelor's in fine arts in visual arts from New World School of the Arts. That's a mouthful. I can't say art a lot of times. But my focus was in art and technology, so that's motion graphics, animation, digital illustration, digital media. And I also graduated with a minor in art history. And of course, the pandemic kind of killed all the pomp and circumstance of my graduation. But nonetheless, I would also.
Oh, you're frozen. See, men can
Put
be
it
kind
as
to men.
something that I'm a bit more proud of than my involvement in. Wait, did I cut out? It looked like I cut out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
back.
something I was something I was a bit more proud of than my creation, as proud as I am of that, is the involvement I've had with a organization called First Start Academy, where that was actually before I graduated. For a summer, I worked as a youth coach for kids in the foster care system, and that was a really enriching experience because of the fact that I got to directly work with obviously, since I'm a guy, I was working more with the boys. I got to directly engage those kids. They're like freshmen to sophomore age students, and I got to engage them in a sort of mentoring way. And also my martial arts teacher, who was the one that put me on to that job, he was the male empowerment coach, and he was the one that was in charge of the male empowerment class. And I could go on into detail, but I don't want to sort of drag the conversation a little bit. But the like I said, it was a very interesting experience because of seeing the process in actually reaching young people and getting them to not just quote unquote change behavior, but also to I would venture to say believe in themselves a little bit more, and also to think differently, to actually see them grow as a person, not just in their academics, but also in their character. And the other thing that I would say I'm very proud of is my involvement in an organization called Black Men Build. This is something I mentioned in past streams, albeit very passingly. Black Men Build is an organization. Black
Oop.
community is very general. Hello?
You're cutting out now.
I think it's my internet connection. Okay, well, since I'm here now, but like I said, another thing I'm proud of is my involvement in an organization called Black Men Build, which is an organization that is dedicated towards building the Black community in general. And we meet every week. We host a men's circle every second and fourth Monday of the month. I'm by no means the brains behind the operation. I'm not really even a leader in the group, but just my being a part of it gives me a sense of purpose and belonging in a brotherhood kind of sense. And now, if I'm as far as I was able to gather from our last chapter meeting, because there's chapters in different cities. I'm in the Miami chapter. I believe there's one in New York and one in Philly. The as far as I understand from our last chapter meeting, there's also now a women's circle that's about to be started, or at least it has probably started in the past couple of weeks. And but yeah, we host different services and outreach programs to the community, like free urgent care. We had a clinic, a new media and photography class, chess club. I already mentioned the men's circle. We also have spoken word exchange, music club, boxing class, and just other kinds of direct resource center programs. So at this point, it's very grassroots, but it's something that I really feel like really proud of. Like, I don't know, one thing we do is we do have book clubs. Like this month of August, we were observing as we observe Black August. I'm not sure how many people are aware of what Black August is, but it's basically the entire month we commemorate and honor Black revolutionary history. So for the entire month of August, every day we fast for 12 hours. Some days we fast for 24 hours. But the point of that is that's a memoriam of Black revolutionary political prisoners who were either starved to death or went on hunger strikes and that sort of stuff. And that's because a lot of revolutionary stuff happened in the month of August, like August, George Jackson. Okay, hello.
Yeah.
So George Jackson and Jonathan Jackson. Okay, so George Jackson and Jonathan Jackson were both died in the month of August. Nat Turner's rebellion was in the month of August. So a lot of significant Black revolutionary stuff happened in August, and so, like I said, that's the reason why we commemorate August as Black August, and yeah, I mean, I kind of went on a tangent there, but
Yeah.
the
No, I was
organization,
saying that a
right?
tangent, but that was like really impressive. I'm actually, and people were saying thanks for sort of elaborating, and
Yeah.
yes, that was sort of refreshing. Matt, you can quickly answer the question by 2 L's.
Yes.
All right. Oh, well, he said yes. All right, let's go to Petty.
Good evening.
Good evening. I feel like there could be some foolishness now, but good evening.
I also have a list of my accomplishments.
All right, let's hear them. Does it include janitor 1 or 2?
No,
All right, good.
it does include janitor, but it does not include the levels.
All right, go ahead.
I am educated. I did go back to school and get my GED, as everyone knows. And I do have a well-respected career as a janitor. I am nearly debt-free now. I also am mentally healthy. I go to therapy. I'm working on my physical health as far as the gym and my diet. I also play instruments. I play the viola and the didgeridoo. And I also do struggle YouTubing part-time. As you've seen on my channel, I do like news coverages, recent events, stuff like that.
Now you're promoting your channel. I'm kidding.
And I have recently been inspired to go to college.
Wait, really?
Yes.
I feel like you're trolling us. Like, I literally don't know what to believe is true or not when you talk.
Believe me.
You are not a janitor, so absolutely don't believe you at all.
I do janitorial work.
Wait, you do?
Yes.
And you were inspired to go back to school? What inspired you?
I was sweeping actually on the facility today. I live in a college town, and I was working for them today. And just school is back in.
Stop. By the way, I'm going to assume from now on what you're saying is legitimate because I'm not sure. Like, I don't know what to do. Like, I don't know what to do.
Well, how about this? I have a didgeridoo here, and you are unsure of if I'm lying about whether I played or not.
Was I? I don't play it. All right, go ahead. Play it for us.
No, I don't play it well, but I'm working on it.
Period. I feel like you look like me.
No, my Themis clone outfit is actually under this.
All right. So you're inspired to go back to school. Why?
As I was sweeping on the facility today, college is back in recently. I think this Monday, everyone got back to school. So prior to this, I've just been working around the facility alone. But this week, there are just college students all around. It's very lively. And also, I just kind of tire of work and want a more relaxed schedule that I feel like full-time school will give me.
All right. And your accomplishments are, you've just listed them. So how is your struggle streaming going? Mine is going horribly.
The fruitcakes have muscled me into reviews of TV shows and movies. I'm realizing this morning as I do research for my upcoming Sandman thing. So
are you happy? Are you happy with your life?
Yeah, things could be better, definitely. But I think Jamil said you can be successful at a bachelor's and still have higher hopes. So I'm happy here.
Someone said the turtleneck look fits you. You cannot steal my style.
I already have Themis.
Period.
Why
Thank you,
still?
Teddy.
Why,
Go ahead.
why still when we can improve upon?
Wait, is that what you're doing? Are you improving upon my look? Period. It looks better on you. Period. Kill it. Where are we? Let's go to. Oh, also, thank you for that meme that you created on the community tab. I think it is top 10 in terms of memeable moments. And by top 10, I do mean top 5. And by top 5, I mean 2. And by 2, I mean number 2, not 1.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. That was quick thinking.
You're welcome. I also want to point out my hair is moving now and it lays down instead of being stiff. I figured it out.
Did the relaxer wear out? How does the relaxer wear out?
Apparently, it never does. This is just my hair now.
Oh, so it's going to be permed forever?
Unless I cut it, yes, and I will not.
Period. But you're not going to cut it me either. We're going to grow it together. All right. No. Wait, Mania, were you adding something?
Just, I was just laughing. Because he was like stiff wear.
Is that what you were doing, Prince Petty, stiff wear?
What did he say? I was distracted by his voice.
You both sound exactly the same.
So the rumors I've heard about your voice in the chat are true.
What about me?
Yes.
Oh. Well, what are they saying in the chat? I can't see it.
Well, there were some men who were saying this is the voice that makes me question things. Whatever that may mean.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice of them. Thank y'all.
This is weird. I feel like Prince Petty and Money are flirting, and this is getting real awkward real quick. So I'm gonna move on. I'm just gonna move on. Obi, go ahead.
Hello, Themis. Hi, everyone. This is a little uncomfortable because I'm not the kind of guy that toots my horn. I've had a long and eventful life, and I went to college in Nigeria, started a business, grew it to a successful business, and lost it in a fire in 2009. I had 25 employees when that happened. It was a technology business. And that's why I moved to this country in 2010 to start over, because my family has been here since 1999. So since then, I've gone through a lot of evolutions. Right now, I run a tech consulting company. And I'm the tech behind small businesses that don't like to engage in tech. A lot of small businesses have to use technology right now. So I am the tech, my business is the tech behind all those small businesses. So yeah, so that is doing good. But my most proudest, my proudest accomplishment so far is this last summer when before the pandemic, I tried to start something in February of 2020 where I would get a few try to train young men in tech. And just before then, they announced they shut everything down in March 2020. So just this summer, I decided not to put any structure behind it, not to do a business plan. I got a bunch of my friends together and we put money together and we've trained 18 young men that don't have fathers in their lives because that's my focus. So we trained them in HTML, CSS, PHP, web development technologies. And it has been crazy how a few months has transformed young boys that didn't think they have a direction. Right now, they stand up straight. They have skill. And eventually, the plan is to help these young boys grow and develop their own ideas. And we can help them find funding for their tech ideas and their startups, because that's the direction we're pushing them in, so they can learn how to be tech business people. So we can have maybe probably the next Googles and the Facebooks and things like that can still come out of the Black community. So that is my primary focus, just to help young Black boys, especially young Black boys that don't have fathers in their lives, have like a figure they can I'm not trying to be their father figure, just have like a sense of direction so that we can have more technology in our community.
Do you think we need to focus more on Black boys, or do we overly focus on Black boys and ignore Black girls? I didn't want to ask a question, but as you were talking, do you think we should? What do you guys think?
Wait,
How do you-
Themis. Themis, before you pose that, what is his name? Obi?
Yes,
yeah.
Obi.
Obi? That is immaculate. What you just said, what you're doing, and what your group of friends are doing, and also the gentleman that's like to the right of me. Oh, impossible, no thin. Well, also what you said about your outreach, I thought was incredible, and you both have inspired me to try to do more outreach beyond the program of me trying to get generally Black people into government. You guys are, you inspired me to try to look out for more things. I think you said impossible. I think you said Black Men Build. So when you said that, I Googled it, see if there's a DC chapter. But that is those are really amazing, and that's what we want, and that's what we need. I think when the Black community was having these in the olden days when we had these I guess kind of, I don't know if it's disdain or if it's just kind of, I'll say disdain for now. The disdain for what we consider, the bourgeois or bougie, if you're just from the South like me, for like people who they considered uppity or snobby. I think it was a resentment because those people, they with knowledge and with wherewithal, they left and they didn't come back to give back to the community. They didn't help other people out, or they didn't help other people in general. And I love what you guys are doing, and I want more successful Black men to do what you guys are doing. So kudos to you guys.
Thank you, man.
Money is subtly doing the absolute most, and I'm here for it. No, one thing he's going to do that is authentically him is he's going to cheer on other Black people, men, women, child. If it's a Black person doing well, he is going to be out there. I was gonna say twerking. But I was gonna be like twerking in the chat, but no, he will be lending support. He's gonna show up. Do you want to know something interesting before I ask my question? And thank you, Money. You're the co-host, so it feels like I extended the sort of like warm feelings that I get hearing you guys speak. I like the group of men who are here. And I'm pleasantly surprised by I've spoke to essentially all of you at some point. I thought you guys would have stayed in the chat. I didn't know you were going to come up. I actually had in my mind the people who always come up would have came up to talk about their success, but they're nowhere to be found. So this is good for a couple of reasons. There are people who are watching who aren't contributing in the sort of visual and audio way, but they're here and they're doing well and they're helping other people and the Black community. And if they can't, they're actually striving to finish school or start a business or whatever it is. I actually really appreciate seeing this because it feels so much different. Sorry, if you guys don't know why this is funny, it's okay. I'm not gonna explain. The theme is going summon Stan. No. I promise. I prefer it this way. Someone said there needs to be justice for Prince Petty and Kenny, and this is what they're talking about. So Prince Petty and Kenny weren't ranked highly. Wait, where's Kenny? Kenny, where were you ranked?
I think they put him in
Oh,
F.
I was an easy F.
Wait, what? I didn't remember this. Anywho, so they're like justice for Kenny and Prince Petty because they just the women were disrespectful that day. Apparently, they were ready. Anywho, they said Kenny got robbed. But to my bigger point, I do appreciate this. It's very cathartic for me, and it reminds me that there are people who are able to like actually think about what it is that they're doing, and there are people who are doing something in their own life and in the community. But let's get to a community question so we don't stay on here all day. What should the focus be in the community? What do you think the focus? Wait, I think Low Gemini did not speak, or there's no Gemini, it's just Low Gemi.
Hey, Themis.
Hey.
Hey, panel. Yeah, just want to thank you for allowing me on. I'm gonna go through a quick, rundown of my successes. I've been in the Navy for 13 years so far. I have literally been around the world. I've touched down on like 5 out of the 7 continents. So it's been amazing. I've been able to experience a lot. I've actually been able to serve the president. So President Obama. That my wife wanted to make sure that was clear. It was President Obama.
We appreciate the clarity.
Oh. So I was able to be. I was actually, I actually met him. It was like, I couldn't believe it. I was like smiling from ear to ear. I was like, oh my gosh, can't believe it. And then, so right now, I may not have the education level. Right now, I only have my associate's degree, and it's because I've been trying to put my my Navy career. Been trying to push forward in my Navy career. And
can I cut in?
Yes, I'm sorry.
So this is not directly to you, but generally, I think because of my push for education, know that my push is a push against people who are saying education doesn't matter. I don't believe that you necessarily need an education if you're doing well. Now, obviously, you're getting your associate, so I'm here for that. And whatever you do in terms of your degrees, I will be here cheering you on. But for everyone, don't hang your head low when education is not like a PhD, right? Like, if you are doing well or if you have a plan, that's all that matters for me. Like, I don't actually think without a degree you're useless, right? Like, I don't think that, because you're doing well, and thank you for your service. And you're doing well. Like, I just didn't like the sort of, I don't know. Like, I don't like that. But go ahead.
That I understand, because it's like for me, because I was going to go straight to my bachelor's degree, but because having an associate's degree points to an advancement exam, I was like, heck, why not get the 2 points and then still work on my bachelor's? So I got my associates. I'm 4 classes away from my bachelor's degree in psychology, and my ultimate plan is become a dentist in the Navy. So I want to be a dentist, period. So my next command, I do intend on knocking out my prerequisites in order to get accepted into dental school and take the DAT. So that's my plan. My ultimate accomplishment, though, but my penultimate accomplishment is being married to an amazing woman and having a beautiful baby girl. That's my penultimate level of success. I always tell my junior sailors that they can't look so much to the left or right of them, right? Because sometimes some people move faster than you do, and it doesn't matter how long it takes you to get there, as long as you get there, right? Because there are certain things you have to learn to actually get to that level, and you may be more efficient or more efficient at that level once you get there because of the road that you've taken. Because sorry. So I'm an E6, right? And it took me 13 years to become an E6. My homeboy, it took him about 7 years to become an E6, right? And I'm like, okay, cool. I was like, all right, cool. I'm not mad at him. It's just that I needed more time to learn how to be a better leader. You see what I'm saying? Because the higher in rank in the military you get, right? the higher military you get, the more leadership you have. And if you don't have not learned how it was to be at that previous rank, then you don't know how to put yourself in their shoes, because you shotgunned your way to the top. And so for me, I took my time, and my junior sailors love me because of it, right? I make sure that I sit down and talk to them, and I mold them into better individuals, not just sailors, individuals. Because honestly, these high school kids are coming in, right, and their parents and their families entrusting us to take care of them, and I'm going to do my damnedest to make sure I take care of them. That's because when they're here, they're mine. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are my junior sailors. Like, ain't nobody gonna come across them. If they feeling bad about something, then hey, they can talk to me about it. So that's my success. That's another level of my success. Is that I'm able to impact other people's lives for the better and make sure that they're good to go.
Actually, I'm going to change my question now because I hear all of this. Does anyone here think we don't have a Black community?
Wait, Themis, before we start. Okay. Low, Jimmy?
Yes.
Yes. That's awesome that you say that you shut up, Themis. That's amazing. You said you're at E6, and I know a lot of military people, so I know that you're at the career rank, right? The rank at which you can finish out your entire career and get your pension, right? If you didn't move any further up, you could still finish out your entire career. So, and it sounds like you are going to do that you're going to do a full career of it. So, congrats on that. I love that you have a plan for it. I know that you have a lot of responsibility, especially in the military, with the people under you, because it's not just the 9 to 5. You're still responsible for them even after the 9 to 5, right?
Exactly.
Tremendous responsibility, tremendous influence over people's lives, and I think a lot of people people outside the military don't know that. And there's another thing you said. What did you say before that? You said about getting to E6 at 13 years.
Mhm.
I also understand that if you are in different career fields, right, that you may matriculate through the ranks at different times, because based on the attrition rates in the military, if people don't stay in for a career field, then they may need to promote it faster, right? And so you being in whatever career field you are, or I'm sorry, getting to the rank that you're at the time that you do, it doesn't necessarily say, it doesn't speak less of you at all in your character and your professionalism and your leadership, and or even in like how well you do your job. It doesn't speak that the military has their own quotas, and they have their own standards, and in their manning and stuff like that. So I don't think it's anything at all that you got there in 13 years. Once again, you're at the rank where it can be an entire career. So that's amazing.
Oh, thank you so very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. You're right. The thing about it is, like, people don't understand. Like, I've literally had a junior sailor call me at like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night and say, "Hey, I need you to come here, help me with my girlfriend real quick. Can you sit down with me and my girlfriend so we can talk about it?" I'm like, "All right, cool." I got out my bed, about to go to sleep, and I had to go down there. Go down to the hospital just to talk to him, make sure he's good. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got sailors who call me at night when you're supposed to be sleeping, and they say, "Hey, I'm really bad right now. I need to talk." All right, cool. Let's talk about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just not like you said, it's not a 9 to 5. It's a 24/7 kind of job. and I'm so thankful for it, because it actually allows me to because it means they trust me, right? They trust me, and I cherish that trust, and I want to make sure that they are good to go. But at the end of the day, because a lot of people have said leadership. I'm so sorry. I'm on a tangent. I apologize. I'm
No,
done.
no, you're fine. So Money is someone says a good co-host. He is extending the kind of warmth to people who are giving what they're giving in terms of their career, and I think that's important. And the fact that you're receiving it and you're able to, you're willing to speak back to it, I think is a good thing. However, let me go and drag the chat for 2 minutes. Thank you, Steph, because the way Monye started talking and everyone was like disagreeing with him and seemed to not like him, and now everyone is fully on board and like, oh my God, I love Monye. Drag them, Steph. Drag them. I'm here for dragging the chat. But I do appreciate him, and I have a tendency to just keep moving on. So I do appreciate that.
Yeah, thank y'all. Also, just generally to like the broader black man and broader like black boys, I'm definitely a proponent of the military. I think that, black men, black boys, we excel physically, I think, pretty easily. And maybe then it could just be a cultural thing, to be honest. But I do, that's my own bias. I think that we're physically stronger. But we do excel physically, at least now, right? It lends itself very well to the military. A lot of the military is it prioritizes fitness, and we're so good at it. And it's a shame if it just peaks in high school. It's a shame if you don't know what to do with yourself after high school. You don't have a plan, and you don't want to go to college. I'm a big proponent of the military because there are endless benefits, right, from your local, your state, and your federal government. You have the VA loan, you have the GI Bill, and you have
Wait, now you up here recruiting on the show.
listen, no,
Absolutely not.
He's not wrong. Like, he's not wrong, dude. Davis. He's not wrong. Honestly, like I've not paid for anything for my education. You know what I'm saying? They actually have certification programs that you can actually get certificates.
All right, I'm gonna drag both of y'all then.
Oh Lord, don't drag
This
me.
senator just came out. They came out and was like, Joe Biden forgiving student loan is a slap in the face to the military biggest recruiting tool. I did not like that. Do y'all agree or disagree with that? Sorry, this is a tangent. We decided we're on the tangent, so I'm going there. Money, how do you feel about that?
Period.
Yeah, he should not have said that overtly, because we understand. I've always understood. Maybe not everyone's put the pieces together yet, and maybe they don't have to because they're not privy to the military. But me, having connections to the military and stuff, I've always understood that education will not be free in America, the same way that healthcare will not be free in America, because they are the two biggest recruiting, tools for the military. If you don't have those two, it's going to be very hard for you to recruit a volunteer military, right? In America, in the military, as you can tell by our budget, which is our priority list, is the biggest priority in the United States is the military.
I mean, you could look at the budget and come to that conclusion. So I would agree with that.
Right. I mean, and we're not only and I'm sure that Low Jimmy, am I pronouncing it the right way? Jimmy?
Low Jimmy, yeah.
Low
It's
Jimmy?
short for Gemini, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Low Jimmy, I mean, he also is having all these experiences, which are also really amazing. But through his stations and through his travels, I'm sure he also realizes that we are not just like the military is not just the US's military. It's also NATO's military. It's also Japan's military. It's also South Korea's military, right?
Yeah,
those are all very like the military forces they have there are much more they're augmentees of ours. We're actually the military for all of our allies. If you actually look at it and you look at the budget and you look at our bases abroad, we are the military for all of our allies, and their militaries are the 10th, a 20th. I mean, of their populations. I mean, they not even population. I don't want to go to populations, but we dwarf, like their militaries and in their defense spending. And
now you're bragging about the military. We're moving on.
No, I mean, if America's first, if America is first, we can ask ourselves why. And it's not because I don't think it's because we do such great business. I don't think that that companies have to subscribe to like American capitalism. They don't have to. It's because of the military. And so the military is what makes America, in my opinion, I think the military is actually what makes us the superpower, the world superpower, and nothing else.
You will see my response to this on TikTok, because I don't like the fact that it's so unabashed about sort of using saying student loan relief for civilians is a slap in the face to the military.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
he shouldn't have said that. That was stupid.
Oh, oh, oh.
He shouldn't have admitted that, because now people can put the pieces together.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Wait, Monier is calm and poised. Definitely not O'Shea Duke Jackson. Thank you, Themis. Thank you. Gather these men's money. I would like to become a high value janitor teacher. How can I do that? I think this is from Prince Petty.
I don't teach, but I would throw myself into my work. Only 40 hours though, no more than that. And maybe do some research online, some self-teaching about the best sweeping practices, mopping practices, to where you can progress in your career and have that edge over the other people.
I don't know. Oh, there you go. So there is his answer.
Okay.
All right, now
and can you let Low Jimmy speak? He had something to say.
Low Jimmy.
I was just saying he just saying that because he's trying to get votes for this next for the midterms. That's all he's trying to say about this whole about the loan relief. So I think it's completely stupid, 100% honestly stupid. But hey, whatever. Thank you.
No. I mean, by the way, my TikTok is a mess, so no, I won't promote it here. So the question: do you think we have a community, a Black community? If you want to say no, then you go. The people who say no, do it first. This channel about to be called Themis and Monier. If you understand, no, I'm not going to say that. I mean, the Black community there's no Black community. Who agrees with that? That there is not a Black community.
From some of the things I hear from a lot of the men on social media, I would say no, but I don't believe that. Whether we like it or not, we are seen as a community, and we are a community, and I believe we are a community. So I live my life as if there is a community, because my son is going to grow up in that community and be part of it. So yes, but like from what I hear from a lot of men that sound like they've given up on it, that's usually concerning to me.
I look at them as finding a nice group of eligible Black men to talk with. LOL, it's a treat. I mean, they're not that eligible. I think a lot of them are married, coupled up. Yeah, we still love you, Themis. Let Monier come back, though. No, absolutely not. I don't share the love of my channel with anyone. I'm selfish like that. Absolutely not. This is his last time here. Do you think so everyone here thinks we have a Black community? Do you think we're impossible? Do you think we're doing well as a community?
Well, I suppose I'll echo what a lot of people said before, and that's a very broad question. But in some ways, no. I'd say in many ways, no. And that's usually, I suppose, the thing that rises to the top of anyone's notice is the negative things. I don't know if someone would consider that a good psychological practice or not, but I think it can be useful. But to answer briefly, not really, no.
You don't think so?
Me? No, I don't. I think there's many ways in which we're not doing the best that we can be. I think there's some ways in which we're doing okay, I guess, but like I don't want to keep stammering on. I don't think we are.
You don't think we are? Does anyone disagree with this? Does anyone think we are going in the right direction?
I think some of us are. I don't think the majority of us are. Looking at the numbers and what you judge a community by, you can't say we're doing that well. But I encounter a lot of people every day that are doing well. But when you look at when you zoom out and look at the community from the top, like no,
Does anyone here believe we're doing well? Black-eyed heart, I'm only adding you if you are, well, let's ask the question. Do you think we're doing well as a Black community? Buckeye, sorry.
Hi. Honestly, we're not coming together as a Black community. It's too many.
Is this a lady or a gentleman?
It's too many individualism, especially when it comes to the Black men. I've seen way too many examples.
This is a lady speaking, right?
I've seen way too many Black men talking about they don't want to contribute. They can only take care of themselves and their family. But as a whole, we're not fully coming together. Just by my experience and from what I've seen in YouTube, Facebook, Instagram,
Bucky,
Snapchat.
are you a Black man? I'm sorry to interrupt. Bucky, are you a Black man?
No, I'm a Black woman.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I'm sorry?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So this live stream is for Black men.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I just chimed in.
No, I
Excuse
appreciate
me.
that. No,
Let me jump off.
All right, no, we'll have another one, and we can you can come back. Sorry.
Okay, sorry.
I don't like doing that. I feel weird. All right, so everyone agrees that we're not going in the right direction. And do you believe that our community, the culture we have, and I'm talking from a bird's eye view, is a bad one?
Can anybody chime in?
Yeah.
Okay, I believe the culture is not great. The things we promote as a community, the things we are known for, our image is not great. Our image is actually horrible, and so no, like our image is not great. The culture is bad. And every time people talk about the Black community, I think the negativity that people are projecting online is just the frustration of our culture and how we are not able to deal with it. And everybody's lashing out on both sides about how bad and degenerate the culture is and the things we promote as a culture is.
Who do you think we are as men to be blamed for the culture? And how do we do you think we can fix that? Before I ask, how do you think we can fix that? Not petty esteem is muscle. Absolutely not. Petty is not my muscle.
I do want to apologize if that was rude of me to interrupt her like that.
You're fine. You're fine.
As well as I when you're gonna coddle the Black man, I don't want any interruption at all. In my opinion, I wouldn't like any. I love it.
Period. You better be loving it. What do you think we're supposed to be blamed for this culture?
I think there are ways in which Black men can be blamed for certain cultural things, because if you look at it historically, there are many cultures in past generations. One can say that the general cultural attitude was that Black men were pinned as leaders, or at least a lot of times seen as that. And a lot of times we well, I say we, just as a general term for Black men, had sort of encouraged certain negative attitudes or behaviors in just by virtue of the preponderance of our actions, and therefore encourage bad things. Like a lot of times, even for what foibles one might lay at the feet of Black women, I think a lot of them sometimes are also just in response to what Black men encourage, and therefore they, if a person is rewarded for one thing, then they might tend to continue in that sort of behavior. I know I'm being very abstract right now, but like I was actually talking about this with my sister. It's kind of an embarrassing thing to say, but I remember some time ago on social media, I saw the hashtag going around, Haitian men don't cheat, and I was kind of like, because I'm obviously I'm not going to say that Haitian men do cheat at general, like that's some sort of inherent pathology, but it's kind of like a very common trope within a lot of Haitian households to talk about your dad who has like multiple families, and and that was my dad. Like he was like that. My mother discovered that he had another family and she kicked him out. So the point that I'm getting at is that there's a lot of things in which we have practiced bad behaviors that then seeded more bad culture, and you can see that present, like say for instance, in rap music. Although I think there's a caveat to be said when it comes to rap music in terms of what corporate ownership of music puts forward, because there's a lot of other imagery from rap music that is not often given exposure. But nonetheless, with rap music, you see things like there's a song by Lupe Fiasco called "Bitch Bad," and
Oh, yeah, that
he,
whole album was everything, though.
yeah, and he's talking about in his lyrics about how you see how the little girls looking at the video, the rap music video, they're how did he say it? They're less concerned about him being the rapper and more about the lady who's acquiescing to his whim. And so my point is like, if men weren't en masse celebrating that kind of a persona of black women, then would that be the persona that many black girls aspire to? So I don't know. I'm being very abstract because
No,
it's
no,
like
no,
okay,
you're not. There
yeah.
is this. I was doing this article that I probably shouldn't have brought up again because I think the chat forgot. But it was about peacocking, right?
Mhm.
And there was a portion of the article when I was trying to do the research. Um, I had a moment of reflection, and it's so I'm very forceful in my judgment when I think people are making bad decisions. I'm trying to stop that now, but I do recognize that there is a need to exert autonomy and power and all of that stuff. And in a world where you don't have political, social, or economic power, you find ways, even toxic ways, to make yourself seem bigger and more important and useful. And so, do you think some of that is what's happening? Impossible, or anyone?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that because my internet connection dropped again and I didn't hear your last part.
Not, not your internet
My connection is
connection.
terrible tonight. I don't know what's going on.
Do you think that there's a need to even in the music, right? And we're talking specifically about black men. I know we were talking about Lupe Fiasco's song regarding the girls being trained by the videos, but he also talked about men, boys, and growing up to being certain kinds of men. But do you think we promote a kind of culture that we believe to be attainable because other kinds of things seem to be so far out of reach? Is it a product of our subjugation?
I think it is in part because it's like this is something that I actually mentioned when I was participating in the debate of about racism and the is it the biggest problem in the black community? When I was describing like the school to prison pipeline thing, about well, specifically about how I believe at least that the Pygmalion effect manifests within the school system is something that oftentimes happens in not just in the school system, but even within our own communities. Pygmalion effect being that your expectation of somebody, especially somebody that you're in charge of or presiding over, like a student or a child or something like some that effect, when your expectation of them actually influences their level of achievement. If you're a teacher and you have a student and you like just look at them like, oh, they're a screw up and they're not going to do anything, they're more than likely going to actually be a screw up, just as a sort of self-fulfilling prophecy based off of your expectation. And if you look at a student with high expectations and you think, oh, they're going to be great, they actually do rise to that occasion. It's called the
I
Pygmalion.
mean, I think there is, I don't think that's as directly positive as you might think. I
Well,
think the opposite can actually happen. whereby you can have too high an expectation for those who cannot meet it,
Well,
and that can cause more problems.
I suppose, you know, it's not like it's that's like the Does Machina or something in terms of how to hack a child's success or something like that. But the thing that I'm getting at is a lot of times I think that people, and this is just my conjecture, that especially children or even adults, I think this psychological mechanism happens in adults, that when we don't entreat each other with a certain level of belief that they can be more than something, oftentimes we just revert to the image that we're sold in, say, for instance, mass media. So if we treat each other like if we constantly entreat each other like, you know, we ain't shit except, you know, niggas and hoes, then we're going to continuously rise up to beat to that standard. And because it's like, I'll say, for instance, like when I was mentioning that I worked in First Star Academy, working with foster care students, I'm not going to act as if I was like the grand youth mentor or anything like that, like I was so good or anything like at the job. But there was something I noticed was that a lot of times when I ever had to like reprimand or just like talk to a student one-on-one, I tried to always do it in a way that was reminding them that they're better than what they're doing, than what they're being at that moment. I didn't want to always just only do it in a way like, oh,
No, on that I agree. Like, treat people with decency and with a sort of human dignity, I think, is important. There is a couple of layers here, right? Who are we asking to treat whom with what? And what is our own responsibility in sort of child rearing, and even as adults addressing our own language to each other, right? And I think Monnier is going to be obviously advocating on the child's behalf, right? Because I think they're the easiest to reform. But when we think about adults, how do we engage in any kind of conversation about appropriate language and that which is toxic in our culture? How do we change someone and the minds of people who've already made a decision about who they are and what they can accomplish and their own sort of humanity in some ways?
Can I chime in?
Yep.
All right. I spent a few years like trying to talk to a lot of Black men online, and people my age or a little younger or a little older, and it was difficult. It's like running into a brick wall over and over again. And I realized like a lot of people's minds are set. There's a certain age that you get to and you're set in your ways. That's why I pivoted and started focusing on teenagers. And I've noticed that these teenagers are more amenable to like correction and direction, and they can change their minds about some things. The kids that we just finished training, some of them came from really, really rough places. Like I could relate with them, and there was one particular one of them that I could really relate with really well because he was a troubled child, and I was a troubled child growing up. I was the black sheep of the family, so I could, and you know, he doesn't believe like he fails, and he doesn't think he can do stuff again. And one thing that one of the things I'm able to teach people is how to deal with failure, because I've dealt with like significant failure multiple times in my life, and I've been able to bounce back. So I think when the young people could hear my story, see what I'm doing, and see that there are other cool, because kids like cool stuff, you know, other cool young men, older men than they are, that are able to still do cool things and love cool music, but still want to do the right thing. You know that integrity is something that makes you a man. You know, like honesty, something actually is something manly. Strength and discipline is actually something that makes you manly. You know, and not just behaving like a degenerate and following the dictates of your penis. That actually discipline is actually manly, and I see their minds changing about things, and I see them bragging about different things. I see these kids bragging about, not being able to deal with something, but after 2 hours, they were able to overcome like 2, 3 lines of code. So I think the younger people can be transformed. That's where my focus is, because I can't solve the whole problem of the planet. I'm just going to do what I can do.
So you just, well, I'm not going to say you're focused on children in the way that Money might be, and not on adults. Do black men, Prince Petty, do black men want to be treated like kings?
Yes, they do.
Negative.
Do you want to be treated like a king, Prince Petty?
No.
How black men want to be treated like a king then?
Maybe it's anecdotal, but based on social media, I think even on the last live stream you had Jonathan on, we talked about how the men generally have this king image that they want the women to uphold while they don't do the king stuff.
Oh yeah, I do remember that.
Hopefully there's no need for further explanation.
Do you think we're more individualistic, or do you think we care about the community more generally? Thank you, by the way, Melinda. That was a good.
I think we're individualistic as opposed to community-based, which I have brought up a concern several times before, that even the more established black men, once they reach establishment, instead of now reaching out to do something like Obi does with the youth, for example, to pass along knowledge and teach these men how to be established in the void, the type of the prison complex Impossible was talking about, or the degeneracy in general. There's I'm going to keep my wealth to myself, or I'm going to go to the white community and be alone there, or I'm going to divest from the men and not do anything. So no, I don't think it's community minded generally.
Money, do you think it's fair to ask successful black men to go back into their community?
In what manner?
Do you think it's fair to ask them to go back and invest in their community?
Oh, sure.
Do you think the community invested in most of these men?
Do what?
The men who become successful in the black community, and the women, but we're talking about men, so let's keep it there, who do well, and they're the exceptions in the rule, to the rule. It's usually done against a ton of pushback, particularly people who advance in certain areas like medicine, law, economics, finance. It's usually there was a ton of pushback generally in terms of the stories that they tell regarding the community. Is it fair to then ask them to come back and care for a community that was in some ways anti-intellectual and vehemently so, and push back against them specifically?
Is it fair to ask them? I think that it's fair. I think that, of course, we can try to account for people's hardened hearts, right? And their their disdain for what they went through, and if it's changed how they feel about their community, then I mean I understand. So I guess that there are cases like that. I don't think it's not fair to ask. You would just hope that people who've attained success and who've found the oasis or whatever, that they've reflected in their comfort long enough to realize that there are systemic and generational issues with the people they're around, and that they can shift some of the blame from the individuals and more to the system, and have empathy at that point, and sympathy and empathy at that point, and say, you are not, like, all of the decisions and all the things that you've done weren't all really you, right? It was the environment, it was the conditioning, a lot of these things that you didn't have no control over. And then have the sympathy to be like, I want to also help a future me, another me, have enough self-esteem to be like, I want more black men or black women, whichever sex you are, I want more of you to succeed because I'd want more of me to succeed. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I would have answered the question in the negative and saying no, it's not fear, but life is not fear, right? Like my qualification on why I would say you have an obligation to come back, and that obligation is not predicated on fearness in my mind. But I didn't really think, because what I was thinking about is I'm thinking about a very specific type of person who is bullied and mistreated for their lack of masculinity, maybe their nerdiness, their unwillingness to engage in a certain way. And because of hip hop culture taking charge, if they're in a certain area, they might have been abused in very physical, verbal, and emotional ways. And so they beat the odds in that way and became something, made something of themselves. The question about fearness, I would then answer in the negative for that individual. But would I say you should not have to come back to the community? That I would say, no, you should still come back. But I could understand why you would say it's not fear, but then I would say life is not fear.
Okay. I don't think that it's not fair. So I think it's, I'll just say it is fair to ask Black people to invest in their community, the ones who make it out, or otherwise, anyone actually. So, yeah, I think that is fair. I think that is fine.
Does
And
anyone go
and
ahead?
also and also just to nail it down, the point about the environment, if anyone is interested, there's this experiment called the Stanford Prison Experiment where they put a lot of people, well, put a few boys, and they assigned them randomly roles of prison guards and prisoners, and and then they took their hands off and they allowed them to do, you know, to do what they need to do. They had like, yes, yeah, yeah, exactly. They had some different, they had some rules, some specific rules, but they gave them those rules and they took their hands off and they monitored what they did, and those boys changed and everything about them changed and their mentalities changed and the prisoners act like prisoners and they had low self-esteem and they everything that happens in the the prisons literally. And then the guards became draconian. uh they were cruel, they were mean. Even the ones who never showed any of that at all before, they were all regular boys, and they were chosen at random in those positions. And if you just put someone in a position, right, in those positions, then different kind of attitudes and different kind of behaviors will manifest. And so that that was just a microcosm of what's happening, of course, in the prison, system now. But not just that, also in policing, not just that, but in every system, right? In all the hierarchies that we see. And and maybe you don't even know it, but maybe you might be, if you're the eldest cousin in charge of the other cousins, then you might be stricter, you might be meaner, you know what I mean? In a social situation that you think, it might call for it. So systems and hierarchies matter.
Yeah.
And we can that was a microcosm. That's an experiment that you can look up. And there's also a movie about it, which is really nice. But you all, investigate that and have empathy for people who are put in positions and not by choice. You know what I mean? They're not there by choice, and they were born into places. And that's one thing that the rich, I think that they don't really conceptualize because they don't have to because they're comfortable, right? Is these poor people aren't doing well, and maybe that's a moral indictment for them, but they're just born in a position. You know what? This is actually what the movie Us is about by Jordan Peele when you look into it. So the systems matter is my point. And you should have empathy when going about, and reinvesting into your own community.
Yeah. Was that little boy you? Nope. I don't know. There's this notion that I was bullied. Someone asked me about that too. No, I was actually never bullied. In fact, no, there's no in fact, but I was never bullied. I was not around that kind of environment, fortunately. However, when you talk about circumstances dictating action, that is not that cannot be sort of used, I don't think, as a sort of explanatory sort of bypass for anyone, right? Like that the circumstances dictate some of our behaviors. I don't like the word dictate, but I would use instead influence.
Yeah.
And even in that paradigm, you're still responsible for that which you do, right? And so,
but the acknowledgement of the environment can then inform the way we either reprimand or engage with problematic behavior or problematic attitudes or problematic culture, because without that we could be we could be lent to a callousness that almost suggests that the degeneracy is somehow inherent to the person. So
yeah, and I think
the
no,
function
that's
of the environment is to inform our call to accountability.
yeah, I think that's also something that Monnier is underscoring, which I think is like super important, right? I think in the conversations we're having about community and what is happening in the community and the experiences of people in the community, I think to divorce the real world experience through poverty and all of that sort of stuff, right? To ignore that would be to miss part of the equation. However, we still have to deal with the fact that people are dying.
Yeah.
That the people who might be under pressure are engaging in behaviors that, quite frankly, are degenerate. And so when those things are happening, how do we have a conversation about system when there is this, I mean, really retributivist spirit that we have when it comes to justice? Like, we know someone's mic needs to be muted. We know that in the ways that we are hurting and it's caused by another individual, even if that individual is under a system that is oppressive, we don't generally excuse your behavior because of that sense of agency. And so, how much do we remove responsibility and how much responsibility do we give? Money or Impossible can take that.
Would you like to go first, Impossible?
No, you can go ahead, man.
Of course, this right here is where, Themis and I disagree so often. Or not even disagree, but we'll push back and we'll see where the line ends or where it sticks. No, I mean, of course it will be case by case. Of course it would be the extremity of the behavior, but the social situations that like grow into, I mean, the social situations that dissuade learning and, academia and these other things, like they're very simple and they're not that complex in my mind. If we are in an environment where that's governed by hip hop and we esteem, money and status and what you're wearing, right? And that's where the rewards are. And that this school stuff that we're doing right now that we happen to do for 7 periods is a distraction from that, right? It's a distraction from what we really want, which is money, power, status, right? Because we're filled with it in our ears every day, right? Then is it actually wrong to how could I say? Is it actually wrong to pick on someone out of fun, right? Maybe we don't actually see it as mean, but to pick on someone and laugh about this person has on this thing, right? Or they have on K-Swiss, or they have on whatever shoes that aren't fashionable, right? That show that they are at least outwardly more poor than we are. Is that wrong when 9 out of 10 people laugh? Is it wrong? Who's to say that that's wrong?
Well,
who's to say that that's wrong to a child, right?
Wrongness is going to be defined by the culture, at least moral wrongness. And so if
Exactly.
you're saying, but if you're saying that the people who engage in the behavior and who laugh are the ones creating the culture, then you would be right, but they aren't.
Wait, no. It doesn't matter who created it. It's here. In my hypo, it's here already.
But I mean, no. It's not here. In your hypo, they're doing the behavior and they're enjoying the behavior, but that you engage in the behavior doesn't mean that behavior is good.
What do you mean? It doesn't mean that's good. Good by whose standard? Not the people who are here.
But they're not the one who decide what is good and bad. They just engage in the behavior that is defined by a culture as good or bad.
That rewards certain things, right? That prioritizes certain things. So when you're saying good, by whose standard do you mean? Because in that situation, what they're doing is fine. What they're doing is acceptable.
It's not, because you get punished for it if the teacher finds you.
I don't. Oh, at least it doesn't happen enough to where I don't think that there's like a.
But that you don't get caught doesn't mean the action is good. It just means you didn't get caught doing a bad action.
No. Oh, well. Maybe you're thinking of picking on, like, maybe you're thinking of it as like hitting him or something. Simply stating that this person has on these shoes and laughing about it won't get lashings from the teacher.
Yeah, but it's a matter of degree. Then that which you're doing is
yes. Go on.
That which you're doing is still bad. It's just a matter, the punishment is not going to be as severe because we don't think laughing at someone's shoe is as bad. I mean, if it was my class, he would probably go stand in the corner and face the wall.
You're saying that they think it's bad. What are you saying?
I'm saying the people who engage in the behavior doesn't get to define if the behavior is good or bad. The behavior has been decided as good or bad by a broader culture. That culture punishes you for the behavior, indicating that it is good or bad. In the punishment, it means it's bad.
Yeah. And so okay. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. So you're saying that the teacher, if this behavior gets more extreme, then we can have an effect later. But this behavior at its root isn't bad yet. The extremity of it is bad, but it's not bad.
Well, can you give me an example?
No. In the same example, these children think that they're simply following, right, this culture that they're growing up in, that's given to them, that they don't really have a choice in, right? They're not fully developed. Let's say they're not fully developed. They don't have a choice in it yet, right? So they're following in this behavior. Can you say that can they independently say like, oh, this is bad? There's no reason for them to think that it's bad.
Well, yeah, they can. You cannot know that the behavior you're engaging in is bad. I would argue that they do, but I will agree with you that they don't know. They might not know, rather, that it's good or bad.
Now the child that gets picked on, who is pursuing academia, now they go on and they matriculate into college and they come back, or they don't come back, and then now they can have a hardened heart and be like, oh, these people, they were bad. Were they bad? Did they think that they were bad? Were they acting maliciously? Do they think they were acting maliciously?
Were they bad and did they think they were bad are two different questions. So
yes, sure. Yes, because that's the question that's the follow-up question is, if they were bad, did they know they were bad?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And in their ignorance of knowing that they're bad, are they bad?
Well, the behavior is decided. The behavior is bad because of what it does. So it's not
the effect and not the intent.
Yeah.
I can understand that. But then that's the person.
No, but I think that's actually when we take it back to the broader community, the way that we're engaging, we might actually, because of cultural experiences, not know that which we're doing is bad. The thing is, I reject the premise that we don't know. And that's where I think you might be, I hope you're right, that why we engage in some of the behaviors we do as a community is because we don't know it's bad. I would actually appreciate that. And so knowledge would remove ignorance and then behaviors would change. But I don't know if I want to believe that, but I don't actually believe it. Like, I don't believe that we don't know that what we're doing is bad.
Because the acknowledgement of something is bad is more than just labeling it bad. It actually has to be punished. Is how can I say? Is aspiring to be a rapper in the way that we see rappers, right? To disrespect women, to peddle drugs, is that actually punished when we're in our own culture, when we're
It's
by
not punished.
ourselves?
It's not punished
Exactly.
at all.
So
It's not punished.
so then how is it bad? It's just some people call it bad, but we're still operating in it. Some people call it bad.
I need to pause you because I think we're doing something that we should continue to do, but people might misunderstand you for promoting.
Yes, they might misunderstand me for promoting it. Right.
Yeah.
Well,
And so it's
but my
not-
point,
Go
my
ahead.
point is, we are not actually, we're not actually like reprimanding it. We're not actually treating it as bad. We this entire time have promoted it this entire time, and so yeah, that's the thing. So
Wait,
well, I guess you can.
no, this is interesting. Instead of pushing back, I'm going to go with this. But we know it's bad. Oh, hopefully on the stage.
No. Well, yes, on the stage, sure. I think we're all
agree that it's
adults.
bad. But our culture doesn't agree that it's bad, because if we're using punishment as the sort of cornerstone for deciding if something is bad or good, the fact that they're not being punished, the men who are rapping and degrading women, the fact that they're not being punished in our community and in fact being rewarded, right, by exploding podcasts and millions of dollars in followers, the fact that it's exploding means that it's not bad. And in fact, it's something positive. I'm not willing to say it's good, but it's something that people see as valuable and are investing in. Are we then willing to say that we cannot look to our culture to dictate good morals?
Well, that would be a question for right, like a current question, like, can we look at it now? But we can always we can change the culture. We can change the culture. My whole point, and the only reason I brought this up is because to sympathize with the people who don't know that it's bad.
Oh, I know that's why you brought it up, but the fact that you brought it up highlights the big problem, right? Like, we in our culture do not actually do anything in terms of punishment for people who engage in bad behavior, i.e. degrading women. We actually promote this idea, right?
And it might not actually be us, and it might not actually be, and when I say promote, I mean the initial promotion is the music industry, in which we don't control, but perpetuate. We would perpetuate.
Is it possible to interject?
Go ahead.
Sorry, I mean, as I'm listening to you all, I think for me, what I'm curious about is even with this hypothetical example of the children in the classroom, I'm curious to know, I guess analogous to that, it's like, with our community, do we have agreed upon standards? Because even with this class example, if a teacher sets rules, they set standards for the community. So for these kids who are picking on the one kid who's wearing Shaqs or whatever, like, if they understand the community rules or community standards, then regardless of the culture, they should be aware of what they're doing is wrong, and then they're rebelling against it.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. They don't. In this, what we're talking about are people who are not aware of the standards. So we need enforcers of standards, because it's not going to come from within our community, or at least not within the current culture of our community. So it feels like we need external standards to be imposed on us. And I don't know if Money is willing to go that far.
He said external standards. No, no. Well, we internally, well, if we're going to count ourselves as part of the community, then we can change. We can do things, and we can have our own media promotion and change, because that's how children are being reached by the media and such. But in including in this
No, but that's the thing though. If you said it starts with the hip hop culture that put it in here, now this is our culture, it feels like a bit unrealistic to say that we are going to transform the culture sort of from within as a minority in that culture. I mean, possible, but do we have the resource, time, effort to sort of do that kind of transformative work, or do we need that imposed like the law for us to behave right?
No, 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 no. That sounds draconian. You said the law. No, we could, in the same way that media influence the culture, we could use media to influence the culture. We can co-opt media. We can do there are things that we can do, but that's not like the.
No,
Well, I guess
but
this.
no,
I guess
no.
it's.
Are
Huh?
there things, if you fundamentally believe that there are external forces that started and control the industry and what we do you actually believe we could go and control media and promote ourselves in a positive way if you believe that an external force is somehow imposing on what we did?
I think we've talked about this before.
Yeah.
What did we say before?
No.
What was that? What did I say before?
What do you
Yes,
believe?
yes. I mean, I think that we can. I think that we can change it. I think there's especially with like a snowball effect, which you might not like believe in, but yeah, there can be grassroots movements. There can be people who decide who. There can be people who make a private school. There could be people who do a lot of things, and so there are ways of changing it, and and it like trickling through, to mainstream. But
Yeah.
I mean,
All right.
I'm not saying there's going to be overnight. But but I'm not saying that it's impossible to do.
You cannot you control what you put your name behind and your money. Actually, well, we're gonna talk about this,
I
but
like that.
um,
Go
Yeah,
MJ.
I'd like to chime in.
yeah, wait, before you chime in, everyone is saying commercial break, commercial break. I'll do the commercial break. So as we're here discussing men's success and all of that, I think it's noteworthy to bring one of the most successful Black men to ever live. He is a speaker, a designer, a YouTuber, and I think that it is important that when we do these conversations, we do take men who have established themselves as articulate and just amazing. And let's hear what they have to say. So everyone on mute. This is going to be like a 4 minute. Let me speed it up so it's less than 4. So it's like 2 minutes. All right. Let's watch together and really try to learn as much as we can in the time allotted.
I love great stories. I really do. I'm a story guy. I love good movies. I don't like TV shows. I think they tell terrible stories, in my opinion. They stretch it out too far. I love great books. I love all this stuff. Every great story starts the way the Fairly Odd Parents theme song begins, with an average kid that nobody understands. Every great story starts with a guy. Sometimes he is the guy, but usually it is a guy. The best stories starts with a guy. Harry Potter is a guy. Frodo was a guy. Naruto was a guy. Every great story started with a guy. And then what happens to that guy? All of a sudden, pain arrives. Story of Harry Potter's parents get killed. Story of Goku, his dad dies. Story of Avatar Aang, all of a sudden he's about to lose Monkey Yatsu. Every great story, all of a sudden pain happens and it inflicts that character. What was that pain for your life? You know what that was. What was his name? Was your dad? Was it your coach? Was it your brother? Was it your friend? Was it your mom? Was it your grandma? Was it a girl you dated? You know that moment when pain hit your life. And then you know what pain does? It initiates the mission. The moment Naruto lost his parents to a nine-tailed fox, his mission began. Pain starts the mission for great men. So what did your mission become when that pain hit you? I'm gonna make more money than that girl would regret ever letting me go. Man, I'm gonna get so swole, man, and people were picking on me, man. I'm gonna be able to smack them upside their head. I'm gonna be so successful, my dad will regret not telling me I love you. What was that mission that was started from that pain? I'm very curious, because you know what it was. And in some way, shape, or form, that's what led you guys here. The pain initiated the mission probably led you to the content led you to me, and I led you here. It all began with that pain. So on the mission, you feel as though the only way to reconcile this pain is to accomplish this mission. Be the best personal trainer on the freaking planet. Be the best social media influencer on the planet. Be the best DJ on the planet.
That was inspiring. So pain pushes characters to be better. So find pain, and success won't make you heal. Period. I'm here for the message. I have nothing bad to say about that at all. Someone said cartoon analogies too. We're not doing this. All right. If you haven't gone to the standard.org or com or something, he sells suits, and they're threaded with success. And he is trying to, I think he's trying to uplift the community. So if you are looking for a suit and you want to be a part of a community of men who do things, period. Tell Hafiz to reach out to me. I'm promoting him. Anyway, not paid actor.
Is that like a 40 count success thread, or like what's that?
Well, they're shipped in from chat. I don't know that. I can't say that. That's dead wrong. So Hafiz is not. It is. Oh, I said good things. Hafiz is trying. I don't know. Can someone else help me with like good things? To like that was motivational, right? Like it was true. Like your path can be painful, but the pain should motivate you to be better and do better. But when you get success, as you might define it, it won't make you happy. Like, I mean, I don't know if that's inspiring actually, but period.
I think as cringy as it may have been, I feel like he had an underdeveloped concept that could have actually been very beneficial. Because from my own nerddom and geekdom, and a lot of those stories, the people who had pain, they used it to actually end up serving their community. So like, I think if he explored that more, instead of like, oh, how can I selfishly get revenge on people who hurt me or harmed me? How can I actually see the pain in my community or in my scenario to actually serve those around me? But I don't think that was his purpose. And a lot of the examples that people gave, like Obi and even Impossible, like there are situations where there was pain that they are now needs to help them. So for like Obi, there are young men who don't have fathers, and so he's going in that place to try to help them and help them grow. So I mean, you can use pain, but I don't think Hafiz was. I don't think he thought about it too deep to see the benefit, how he could actually turn pain into a service to actually bless and like uplift other people, but rather using it to internally focus on selfishness and acquire things, which is the American dream.
Wait, Matthew, you haven't been speaking a lot, and I'm going to throw it at you now.
What's the question?
How inspired were you on a scale of 1 to 10 from that video?
I'd say a 6 out of 10.
Oh, I mean, that's good.
I agree that pain is motivational. But for some people, when they experience pain, it breaks them down. It doesn't build them up.
I mean, if you got a 10, he's doing something. I cannot drag her feet if he's motivated, if his motivational speech is at a 6. That is average at best. So,
Yeah, he's
period.
fine.
I mean, I can't. I have nothing else to say. Prince Petty, you look confused. You're tired.
You said only nice things, so I won't say what I have to say. But I do want to point out that you watched, I think, a Fresh and Fit convention earlier this year, and they never showed the audience. But in this one, we can confirm that he was actually speaking to people. So I see that as a positive.
Period. Having an audience, TBMOTH. All right. So in closing, I think we have a good start. I do hope that for the mentorship program, it's not, I don't want to call it a mentorship program. We're going to meet sort of once per month. And I want the first one to be on finance. So I will talk to um, Monia to figure out if he would like to do that. If not, I'll do resume building with someone else. And for the women, I will announce who will be the guest sort of host for your Zoom meeting. And I will start signing up and doing all of that on next month, the beginning of next month. Couple of things. Do not put your email, do not make a fake email that you will now use. If you need, create a fake name. And when we go through this process, be very careful about what you share. There will be confidentiality agreements, but the program is going to be limited. I am going to give the number after I speak to the people who are going to be involved. There will be no exchanging of money. If there is anyone asking you for money, let me know. There shouldn't be any money being exchanging hands. We are trying to build a kind of community from the YouTube into sort of making sure that people on this channel get jobs to the extent they want to get educated, that they get educated, that they have a plan, and even if they want to find therapists and things like that, we're going to try our best to kind of expand to like actually doing meaningful development. So I'm very excited about it. It's going to be a lot of work, so be patient. And so as we move forward, I'm excited. This live stream inspired me more to move forward with the men's live and trying to figure that out. I've already confirmed that I wanted to do the women's one because you guys are awesome. Now I see that there are awesome men here too. So this is good. And let's see if we can get this unemployment rate up, at least on this channel. Everyone on this channel should be doing okay. And so good. I'm excited. That's kind of a joke, not really, but I'm excited. And the book we're reading is Thick and Other Essays. So if you're in the book club, we'll do that. So last words. Everyone have 30 seconds except Money. You can talk for as long as you want at the end. Let's go. Prince Petty, Dude with Something podcast. Dude Make Something podcast. Impossible. Matthew, Obi, Low Gemini, and then Kenny. So Prince Petty, you're 30 seconds.
So to answer the question earlier, is it fair to ask the men to come back to the community? I think it's fair. And I think so because we've generally been talking about the children and youth up here, and they are innocent and did nothing to you. And even regardless of if it's fair or not, I don't really care. Maybe you have a grudge against your old peers, which I think is fine, but the youth are not the ones who are making fun of you for pursuing education. They're the ones who I think are going to fall into that trap if you don't go back and police and do stuff. So
period. And we are going to build men who go back to the community. Thank you, Prince Petty. You look great. I think the wardrobe is an upgrade. I'm kidding. I actually really like the beer beside you. He left. Go ahead, Matthew.
Yeah, this is my first time up, so I was very nervous. Yeah, it was very straining just to be on camera like this. So sorry about that. It
Oh,
was
you're
great.
fine.
Yeah, it was great being on the panel, and yeah, looking forward to coming up some more and sharing more thoughts.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Everyone was like chatty, so we didn't get to pepper you with questions, but I appreciated you coming on, and congrats again.
Thank you.
Hello, Gemini.
Hey, so last thing I want to say is, I had this great captain when I was my very first command. I was a knucklehead. I was doing all the dumb stuff, but then he pulled me under his wing, kind of deal. And I said, I don't know how to pay you back for all the things you've done for me. He said, just pay it forward. I don't need anything. Just pay it forward. And that's a stance I kind of lived on. I lived with, right? And that's the kind of stance I live on. So if somebody's poured into me, I want to start pouring back into other individuals. And I think that and that's what you're doing, Themis, and I appreciate that, right? Especially having a men's mentorship and a women's mentorship. I think that is that you paying what people have poured into you back out to the community, and I really do appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you. Let's come back a year's time and see how it went, and then we can talk. But I appreciate that. Hopefully, Money, you guys can rope him into doing financial literacy, because he's a whiz when it comes to credit improvement and just things like that. So it would be amazing, and I'll talk to him later. But I appreciate that. Lo.
Thank you, Themis. Thank you, panel. Thank you, chat. Have a good night.
Have a good night, Obi.
Okay, Themis. I believe that men build, maintain, and protect community. So it is our duty to build and protect and maintain our community. And there's all kinds of men, all different kinds of men that do this job. Everybody has a skill or something to contribute. So the hip hop image that's being promoted in our community is not the only kind of men we have in our community. I don't concern myself with the negativity of people that are judging. I try to focus on people like you and everybody else that is thinking positive and has hope and trying to build something for us. And those are the people I want to connect with, and we can just keep moving things forward. I don't know how much change we can effect, but I want to be at the end of my life for my son to look at me and say, Daddy did a good job. And I want to look at myself and I say I did the best I can for my people.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The only time I'll be part of Black Men unless it's Themis existing, to which I'm always, oh, thank you. I feel like that's a drag and I shouldn't be saying thank you to that, but I'm going to say thank you. I think impossible. Kenny, then impossible.
Wait, did you say Kenny or impossible?
Kenny.
Oh, okay, I just wanted to say thanks to you for having this panel, and also thanks to all the other panelists, because what they shared was actually really inspiring.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Brandon, by the way, messaged me and said he would love to come back, so he will be back. Money has not messaged me to let me know if he would want to come back behind the scenes, so he might be done with y'all. I'm kidding. He's still here. We'll talk after this.
I also just want to shout out to the chat because, wow, they really know their anime. Once Hafiz said Naruto, the anime title just kept rolling in. So I appreciate that. Good night, everyone.
I'm actually very proud of the chat for a separate reason, and it is, so I had this idea that like I'm wrong about, and I'm very happy to be wrong about the fact that people care a lot more about things, even if they disagree, and they don't just care about mess. And that is like kind of like, obviously I'm proud to be up here and have this sort of convivial atmosphere with a group of men. Like that was amazing. But to watch the chat, and for them to give us as much grace as they've given us, I mean, they went out of pocket a lot of the times, but no, to give so much grace to us and allowed us the space and still be here. I mean, there are 600 people still in here. I don't know how or why, but that means that people are here for more than just like mess and arguing, which is really, really tiring. So I appreciate that. This was a lovely conversation, like a really lovely conversation.
That's actually pretty much the only reason I came on was because you asked for men, and no one thought any men were going to come. So I was like, okay, I'll go.
Yeah, oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. Dude, wait. Thank you, Kenny. Let me see who. Let's go with Dude Make Something podcast.
Thanks, Themis, and everybody else who's on the panel today. This is definitely very encouraging to see other Black men, being proud of their accomplishments and also sharing their accomplishments. I think the state of our community is a very pivotal one right now. We have a lot of work to do as men, and having conversations like this and taking the time to actually change our thinking and perceptions about how we serve our community so that we can become beneficial men is very, very important. And I'm glad that we're able to have these conversations and make space for this because it's necessary. And the reason I changed my title is because I have a podcast and trying to help Black men become beneficial for our community. And I want to second Kenny with in regards to all the anime comments. They're actually hilarious. So I was dying over here. But thank you again, Themis, and everybody else who came up on the panel today. It was very inspiring and encouraging.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I just put your podcast, Dude Make Something Happen. It's on YouTube, you said? Or you didn't say?
Yes, it's on YouTube and anywhere else you can get podcasts.
All right. Impossible. Oh, there, Aaron, you have 30 seconds. Sorry, I didn't see you in the back.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Awesome. Themis, what an amazing live. I'm a little late. Sorry, had work today and school. But this was very inspiring. Yes, trying to level up, but this is definitely very inspiring. I'm happy to see what your channel is becoming and continuing to inspire. And yeah, the anime references were great. That was that was a highlight for me, definitely. But yes, I'm looking forward to the next live and panel.
I appreciate that. Actually, let me text. Go ahead, Impossible.
Okay. I suppose the thought that's on my mind in closing was in response to the super chat that was on the screen a while ago of like, do Black men want to see them be treated as kings? I think a lot of Black men do, and I don't think necessarily not that the person was suggesting this was a bad thing, but I don't think it is a bad thing. It's just that the thing that I would posit to my brothers is that, sure, I think it's cool to desire to be seen as a king, but then you have to question to yourself, what kind of king are you trying to be seen as, or what kind of king are you trying to be? In history, I think there's two general tropes of the kinds of kings that there are in history, which is the king that demands praise, demands subjection, demands all these kinds of aggrandizing and gratifying objects. Or you could be the king that is so much of a servant to his people that they of themselves offer admiration. So the thing I would always posit to, I said in past lives that I'm more agnostic when it comes to my faith, but if there's one piece of wisdom that I think really is just logically consistent, and it's really great wisdom from the Bible, is when Jesus said, "He who wants to be the greatest, let him be the servant of all." So if as men we want to be leaders, be seen as whatever kind of grand title, then earn that by being a servant to your community.
Agreed. Completely agreed. And I do think leadership is ultimately about service. So thank you. Thank you so much, Impossible. All right, Money.
Impossible. I like that quote. I didn't know the Bible said that. I'm also agnostic. So, but what was I going to say? What did you say, Themis?
No, actually, I have a separate question for you. I was giving you 30 seconds, but How did you feel about this live stream?
Oh no, initially a little off topic, and I texted you and I was like, hey, we should get back on topic, celebrating black men, because I think you were allowing some of the other like talking points from other lives to kind of permeate in this one, and then we didn't. And so I text you, was like, hey, are we talking about success and accomplishments and celebrating, or what are we doing? And then you responded, and then you got us back on track. So I appreciated that. Um, but yeah, no, I think overall it was good. Um, I think we went a little abstract. Like in my example about like the classroom thing. I know you wanted to test I know you wanted to test my hypo, how you've done before. And I don't remember exactly what I said the first time, but I was like, okay, here you go. Um, but overall, I think it was great. And
Yeah.
I love to hear about what black men were doing. And hopefully if they're still here, please drop the links or the names of the organizations, because when I did find out where the chat was and how I could look at it, I saw people asking about the organizations and such. So
Wait, you
the
didn't
one
know how to look at the chat?
I've not been on this. Not in
Good,
this capacity.
good. So that's good, because in the beginning, the chat was not on board with you.
Oh yeah. So
But
I
then,
missed that part.
as you spoke, they warmed up.
Good. Okay, great.
Money
So I
has a
shouldn't
point.
scroll up then.
Yeah, Money has a point. The woman's life was all about their successes. Yeah, the thing is, this was supposed to be about Black men's success. And I think, I think we can kind of look around generally, and we will see that we are not doing great. But it's good to know that in all the mess, there are people doing well, but not only doing well on a sort of individual level, but that there are people, like a lot of the people who came up today, Impossible, for example. I won't keep naming Obi, but I won't. Let me stop naming, because I don't want to miss anyone, and then whatever. But they were also attempting to help, and help the community. And I do think it would be of grave importance to sort of highlight people trying to help, and then advocate for more people to try to help. Because what I did know is that the people who are always coming on here, um, the people who are always coming on and making a fool of themselves weren't on tonight. I don't think that is by accident. I don't think it's by accident that the people who can engage in conversation and the people who are attempting to help have a very different just way of speaking over all of that from the people who come on to argue and engage in degeneracy, even on the live stream, from smoking to all kind of foolishness. So I did like that there is that. And how can we like make sure we get more of that and push more people to be that way? And is it right to want to push people to be that way because you don't set those standards for how other people live? So I do have a lot of things to think about, and I do appreciate the fact that there were some, the women just kept coming on, obviously, and like, oh my god, I do this, blah blah blah, right? And so I think, while we didn't have a lot of men, we had enough for me to still care. And I would care regardless, but like care about doing these panels on, more frequently. By more frequently, I mean twice a year. So yeah, and I appreciate you for co-hosting. You're a good co-host. I think you made people feel comfortable, and you gave props where it was needed. So I think that's good. I don't cuddle these people, and I should probably cuddle them more.
Mm. Okay. Yeah. You all please put down the organizations. The one I was talking about was BIG, Blacks in Government. And if you have a government job, I don't know if they're federal. They might just be federal. I don't know, but their website would say. And but if you're black and you're the federal government, you can join them, join a chapter, and then you can participate in some of the. I think they have like a national training institute, and they also do like they're really really big on what's the word, like how can I say, what is it? They're really big with EO, really, really big with that. And they do have like a whole section for like lawyers who will help you in like EO complaints and disputes and stuff like that. But they have training and they also have outreach. So I was trying to get with them about outreach for high schools because I want to, and colleges. Specifically, what I want to specifically do is go to HBCUs because I I I I don't know because I have not formally, I don't have like a formal collegiate education. So I don't know, but I assume that our HBCU degrees, at least in like the way that are talked about in the mainstream media, are not as valued in the private sector. Well, in the public sector, the government is gonna they're going to hire you, and you show up with your credentials, and they're going to hire you. And there's way less discrimination. There's way less, uh, elitists um, in these. Well, in the federal government at least. I don't know about your states, but in the federal government. So I'm a big proponent of HBCU students going federal government and definitely climbing their way to the top and making, you know, careers like mine, like finance, very, very diverse. To be honest, very heavily black. HR and finance are heavily black. So I love that. And that's also a career option for anyone.
Um, Thank you. Also, why is Money names in front of mine? Absolutely not. No.
Period.
That's what we're not gonna do. We're not gonna have it. It's gonna be Themis and Thoth and Money. Absolutely not. We're not going.
Look, what Themis and
This is
Thoth, Themis, Thoth, and Money LLP.
y'all are not loyal. I just y'all just want to give away the stream to everyone. Y'all just want to give away the stream to everyone. I see you. I go to work. I get up. I go to work at 5 a.m. and I come back here to stream, and y'all want to give my stuff up. Got it. I got it. Thank you. I know where I stand now. I know where I stand.
Oh,
And
one more thing. Did I mention one more thing? So when I finally got access to the chat and figured out where it was, I saw that some people were upset and they were calling me like enablers and like apologists for like black men. My scenario wasn't to be generalized like for everything. It was specifically for the people who are going to go off, who were, I don't want to say persecuted, picked on, and go off to do great things, and then feel resentment towards the people who did them wrong, right? My example was to show the humanity, right, in those people, that they know not what they do, was my point. Not they're never going to know what they do. That my example was of school children who in a social situation they have incentives to praise status and to pick on people who don't have it. They have an incentive to do that. So that was the situation. It wasn't to broadcast and say this can apply to anything, and don't hold anyone accountable if there's a system that is puppeteering them. I'm not saying that.
yeah. This is why Ngozi is a moderator, by the way. That's right here. This is the name. If we're changing the name, this is what it's called. Absolutely. Y'all tried to play me. Monier is not being an apologist. He said he still believes in accountability for individual. Prince Betty, you came back quickly. Why?
My audience was requested.
By whom? Who requested your audience?
I cannot disclose that info without permission.
All right. It sounds like someone requested you in the Discord. Ain't nobody requesting you. What is up?
Oh, I had my copycat outfit ready.
Absolutely not. Is that supposed to be me?
No, this is supposed to be me.
Who is you?
I'm Prince Petty. We like to improve over here, and I feel like this is an improvement of your outfit.
Wait, now you're telling me I don't look good.
Now, we had a couple of options as far as gray. I feel like the one I have on was the closest match.
To this?
Oh, are you wearing gray today? I didn't realize. I actually didn't notice that you were yeah.
Girl, we're not doing this. You're fake.
Hey,
I
Prince
feel like
Petty. Can I ask Prince Petty something?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Prince Petty, where's your accent from?
Accent?
Right.
Georgia?
Georgia. Okay.
I have
Atlanta?
an accent still?
Yep, it's there.
Okay. I didn't know that. What kind of accent?
No, it's a southern accent. It just reminds me of one of my high school friends, and I was like, "Ooh, other people talk like that. Come on, all right."
What high school did you go to? We could. Well, you know what? You can put that in the private chat. We might have went to the same high school.
Well, no, I'm from Louisiana.
Okay, I just remind you of an old friend.
Right. The accent specifically.
A little bit of a southern twang, huh? Yeah, I reckon I get some comments on my accent sometimes at work here and there. It's not something I try to accentuate too much. Just a little hint of country. That's all. Not too much.
All right then.
I probably try doing my accent.
That's something you should have got Jamil to do, the voice actor.
Oh, true.
True.
No,
Look at
it
you.
wasn't me. Someone asked me to ask you.
Theme is fumbled the bag.
Who fumbled the bag? Period. The bag was fumbled. All right. It's Money is Laugh that sends me over. Yeah, wait, so he took my audience, he took my laugh. Y'all, I'm really feeling some kind of way, just FYI. This live is going to be privated. I'm feeling some kind of way.
So now you're the co-host.
Huh?
So now you're the co-host.
Yeah. Would you come back? Are you coming back?
No, you're not understanding.
Huh?
I'm saying you're the co-host now.
Oh, all right. So he's even piping up. Y'all have these men coming over here, like taking over my. All right.
I stole your pit. He was going to steal your audience.
I have nothing left.
That's what appropriation looks like.
Yeah, he was the same person advocating for gentrification is the person y'all taking. Got it.
I'm not advocating.
He came up here, advocated for gentrification, and y'all said, "Yep, I'll take that one." Got it.
Lies.
That's what y'all doing.
Falsehoods.
The same person came up here and said, "Black men are the way that we are because of the system, and we shouldn't be blamed. There's nothing called agency." And you guys decided, "Yep, that's who we wanted." Got it.
Falsehoods.
So are you for? I guess it's the FTK movement. Themis, are you a part of that?
What's that?
Fuck them kids.
Yep.
Yes, most definitely.
Oh, you are too?
Hell yeah.
I thought you were for the kids.
Oh well, no. Well, no. What I mean, what I mean is, yes, teach the children if they come, but like delay them coming. Does that make sense?
Drop them kids off, essentially.
Oh.
Well, no, I meant like don't have kids. Like stop.
My highest level of education is a GED, so sometimes I need things simplified.
All right, Petty, I'm gonna need you to stop for 2 seconds. Be real for 2 seconds. Are you being serious?
Yeah.
What are you asking him? Is he being serious about?
Yeah, like
His GED and him being a janitor.
Yes.
Are you saying in the army you get the duty of cleaning up?
Army.
In the military, sorry.
They do have a MOS for that.
Yeah, I'm asking if that's what you do, and that's why you're saying you're a janitor.
Oh no, that's not. Well, I'm a janitor. I don't know. I'm not a janitor in the military.
Why are you looking like that, Themis?
Because I don't know, I literally don't know what is real anymore. I don't know if Prince Petty is just trolling or he's joking with part of it being a troll.
I don't think I think it's a 92 Sierra is the closest thing to a janitor in the army.
Listen.
Oh wait, you couldn't have that here in the military.
Yeah, no, I'm not in the army. They don't allow perms, not on black men.
Got it. All right, I'm done. I'm done with y'all because this is not. Yeah, I feel like my reality is not real. I feel like everything I believe is not real. So I'm gonna go with your trolling.
Were you a part of the military before?
No.
No. Okay. You have family in the military?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Wait, are you military, Brad?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. Look at that.
A woman said he is not a janitor. Yeah, I don't think he's a janitor. All right. Well, since you guys are done speaking to each other, I hope you guys exchanged information.
I need someone to exchange perm information with me. I feel like this could have been prevented with some help.
It doesn't look bad.
Is that a perm? I thought those were twists.
It turned into a twist because of how the perm came out.
Oh.
You didn't see. It was.
Money
It was
get
stiff.
Prince Petty a job at the DoD.
Say again.
You need to get Prince Petty a job at the DoD.
Well,
no,
we're networking.
I mean, there are jobs in Georgia, I'm sure. I mean,
But it has to come. You have to give it. I think it's what we're networking here, creating a group of black men who are going to be established. And for me to be a part of that group, I'm going to need some handouts.
To be honest, I would recommend you join the military, but you might be jaded from your parents' experience.
Okay. Maybe
that will be the quickest. That would be the quickest way to get established, honestly.
That's all I have. I mean, I could play the didgeridoo for you a little bit if you'd like, Themis.
Go ahead.
All right.
Wait. What is that? What song are you gonna play?
Oh, this is called Wheel Wheel Wheel.
All right, go ahead.
I'm scared.
Got bad towards the end, but
Period. You're going to Hollywood.
Thank you.
I feel like I should start it every day, every time I'm on with that. So that's what we're gonna end. Thank you. I shouldn't say thank you, Prince Petty. Someone just texted me and said, "What does TBMOTH mean?" Let me say, took black men out the home.
Wait, is that what that? What does it mean? Because I've been seeing it. I see people keep putting anime titles up, and then they put that behind it.
Well, you didn't know. So I don't know if Brandon is watching, but so people said, by the way, when people were talking about the military, I forgot, but the Moynihan report was saying black men needed to go to the military to get structure and all kinds of stuff. Anywho,
I'm not against it.
so there is a lot of men who we were talking about how the welfare system and its impact on the black community. And so black men were saying on the internet, saying that welfare took them out the home. So it's now a running joke about like, took black men out the home. Because if you own the home, I mean, if you own the home, then welfare couldn't have taken you out the home, and welfare didn't take you out the home because the man out of the home rule was very short-lived, like 4 years. And so 60 years later, we are still talking about welfare took you out the home. So now everything, I think it's funny. So like Dark and Lovely, because we're talking about perm. Dark and Lovely took men out the home. Oh, by the way, we're gonna rank Beyonce's Renaissance album, the songs on Beyonce's Renaissance album. Probably next week, I'm gonna give it another listen, and then we're going to rank it. Prince Petty hopefully can make one of those ranking things again. I don't know how to do it, and I'm not going to look into it. But someone asked on a super chat if you can play a Beyonce song real quick.
Oh yeah. Which one?
I'll guess. Play one and I'll guess which one it is.
Okay.
Ego.
Church Girl.
You don't like Church Girl?
I think it's Church Girl. You thought you did Church Girl just now. You were playing Church Girl.
Are you saying that to insult Church Girl?
No, I think you were playing Church Girl. It sounded like the melody for Church Girl.
I'll have to give it a listen.
Wait, what way are you playing? Energy?
It was Single Ladies.
I knew it. I knew it. Oh my God. I knew it. I should have said that.
Sometimes I feel like you guys don't take me seriously.
I feel like you just spat in that instrument.
It requires a lot of spit.
You know what? Just make sure you wipe that down.
Only my lips are on it. I don't share didgeridoos.
No, I mean, if you don't wipe the inside down, then it's gonna corrode it in the inside.
Oh yeah, it does. Oh, you can't see that.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's corroded, but it adds to the value.
Oh, okay. Oh, I was going to say
a
like
little different. You can tell my instrument is aged. I have in the didgeridoo community, I have experience, and people can tell just by the way it looks.
And it definitely like changes the pitch a little bit, give you a little timbre, huh?
Yeah, if you hear towards the end of most of the songs where there's this, that's where the difference in pitch comes from.
Okay. Look at your face.
It's that you guys keep laughing and I can't. I'm trying to figure out why.
Serious as a heart attack. All right, Themis, it's you.
All right. Well, that is disgusting. I don't do the but you can bring it on again. Just don't tell me anything about spit. But I would like to hear you play. You should get better and then play it for us.
Well, I have a band called the Didgeridudes. There are 3 of us. We play.
Wait, y'all play for real?
Yeah. We're the Didgeridudes.
Who is the Didgeridudes?
Me and those 2 other gentlemen that you spoke with before.
Who?
It was a while back. The live I had to private because they got very intimate with what they shared.
Oh, that guy and the other guy that's a misogynist.
Yeah, we all have didgeridoos.
So you're friends with these misogynists and you play together?
I didn't know about their views. I don't associate with these men outside of playing the didgeridoo with them.
Period. You better be friends with these men.
We're associates, colleagues.
All right.
Or you can just refer to us as the Didgeridudes.
All right. Well, that's that on that.
Well, good night.
Why are you so awkward?
I'm looking through these comments and y'all real childish.
Wait, what? Money voice took black men out the home.
Y'all childish. Somebody said Shea Moisture. Took black men out. It said Shea Moisture. I don't know.
Wait, now you're laughing about this. Melanin hair care took black men out the home. Well, you can't. I'm gonna end this because these people out here trying to like talk about your laugh when it's my laugh. I'm done. I'm done with the chat. I'm gonna go on a 5-week break because I feel insulted.
Gonna go on sabbatical.
Yeah, I've been doing this now for over a year, and you come on one time, and people are like, "Oh my God, you should take over! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my
Okay.
no, no."
Well, you know what? We're gonna make sure you have a good, sabbatical. No one's gonna bother you. Just send me the link, and
Absolutely not. You're not allowed back on here. Demas, don't worry, we still love you best. I don't feel it. I don't feel it. I feel like Brandon and Money just came and y'all just was like, oh, bye. We want to see Money, right? Right? Y'all don't even know. This man could be 700 pounds, 4 feet, and y'all out here talking about a voice.
The devil is a lie.
All right. Well, I'm done. I was hoping you guys would come back to your senses and see that I was the one who loved you. I was the one who was here for you. But if you want a divorce and alimony, then I guess that is what it is. This is what you get for loving so hard. I'm Mariah Carey. I don't know them themes. Period. Fall's coming. Let's go. I'm gonna take you, and we can go about our business because apparently I've been rejected. So thank you all for showing me
Wait,
my worth.
does that mean I'm a side piece? What does that mean?
You can have them. You can have them. I'm tired. I'm tired of fighting.
So I'm like a good side. Okay, like corn, or like rice, or like Cajun fries. I'm a keeper.
Oh, maybe
Okay.
does it mean I have to work harder to win their love back? Is that what it means? I think they think I need to work harder. I will work harder.
Period.
I'm going into full simp mode. Money is the home wrecker. He is the home wrecker. He just took my whole channel. Demas is the one, no one else. Period. All right. Competition took black men at the home. Competition took me at the home. Not we love you too. I don't share love. Absolutely not. I don't share. I was gonna say I'm an only child. I'm not an only child.
Well, why do they say Temus like that?
Oh, why they say Temus?
Yeah.
There's a man on here called Stan. And when he comes on, he says my name. He's like, Temus! I don't agree with Cynthia G. Temus.
Is he black?
Yeah. He's black. He's funny. Let me not summon him. People say don't summon him. I'm not. Let me stop. Anywho, thank you all so much. If any of you have a HBO, I can't believe I'm gonna have to buy HBO. No, none of my friends have HBO. Vanessa, oh my God, I hate subscribing to foolishness because I don't watch HBO. Let me go do this now. Have a wonderful night, guys. I'm gonna go subscribe to HBO so I can watch the new Game of Thrones spin-off. Wait. Have y'all watched the new Game of Thrones spin-off? Drop a 1 if it's good and drop a 2 if I should not. Drop a 1 if it's good. The HBO Dragon House Lord something Targaryen Khaleesi.
Not
Drop,
Khaleesi.
drop a 1 if it's good, or 2. Oh, I'm seeing 1s. All right, I'm gonna go do it tonight.
What does that mean? One is good?
Yeah, drop a 1 if
Hmm.
it's good. Someone said 4. I said a 1 if I should watch it if it's good, and a 2 if it's bad. Someone said 3. Yeah, I'm not following instructions. I can't with
Wow.
you. All right, so it's 1. I see mostly 1s. All right,
Oh,
have a
well, ask them. Well, ask
wonderful.
them to drop the link.
What link?
I'm sorry, not the link. Drop. Tell,
Can
ask
you
them to.
imagine if I did that? Do you think content creators do that? We're like, let me ask
What?
my subscriber who want to share their age. I wouldn't do that. That is so
Drop the
petty and annoying. I'm gonna
drop
go
the
back.
username.
Drop the username and password.
Not passwords. Take the mic, man.
Vanessa and I were going around trying to see who could find. This is how ghetto my friendships are. This is actually quite ghetto, so I'm going to share it. Vanessa and I were going around to see which of our friends we could find with HBO because neither of us want to like get it. And
Hmm.
in a group of about 15 attorneys, there was not a single attorney with an HBO subscription. Then I realized none of us have our own Netflix subscription.
Listen.
None of us have any subscription. And so we call everyone to figure out who has what. None of us have it. And so I think we're all kind of waiting to see who the sucker is going to be. And that is who is the one who's going to get the subscription. I mean, obviously it's cheap, everyone can get it, but it's really weird that we don't have anything for everyone is on their family.
Listen. Hashtag peak millennial.
So y'all trifling, yeah. All of us, everyone, I'm talking about the multimillionaires to the, I don't know, none of us have, no one has a subscription, and everyone is looking around trying to get someone else's subscription to use. Like that is ridiculous at this point.
I can't say anything because I don't use my own Netflix account either. Well, I don't have one. What I mean to say is I don't have one. I use someone else's. Because you know what? Millennials don't have families yet. Well, some of us do, but like the ones who don't, like we don't have families yet. You know, why would we? Don't we have like? Isn't there like 4 other slots? If you have a Netflix account, it's like 4 other accounts you can have on there. Sharing is caring, you guys. Sharing is caring.
No, that's the thing. One of us is going to be the sucker. One of us is, and none of us is willing to do it. So I'm trying to hold out, but I think tonight I'm going to have to get it because I do want to watch it, and I'm trying to not get any spoilers. So for me, am I going to be the sucker? Am I the one who's going to be paying and sharing? By the way, we're not going to come together for nothing, anything. The person who gets it is going to have to share it with everyone. I'm not.
See, so someone just said in the chat, free trial. That's what I see. That's what I told Themis. That's what I told him.
Trust Themis. No, because we then can cancel it because other people will be on it. Like, money is subscribe. You owe Themis for trying to steal his show.
How you get on my page?
Wait, you're not subscribed?
How she know that?
Wait, you're. See, this is what y'all. All right, I'm done. I'm done. All right. Thank you guys so much. I'm gonna go and probably have to wait. I did not ask Brandon who was on if he. Let me ask him. Do you have HB?
It's a valid question. It's a valid question.
This is so ghetto. Someone said, "No, I can give you my ex's HBO."
Period. Right there. See?
Period. Let's wait and see what he responds.
See, this is called uplifting the Black community right here. Right here.
Oh, he doesn't have it either. I just don't understand how all these people just doing well are just like mooching off everyone else.
But you know what's been good on HBO Max? You know what I mean? Like what's been good on there besides Black is King? Like what's been on?
Oh, you can use my Antimus. I would be honored. Oh, no. I won't do that because I feel like I think that is a slippery slope and I shouldn't be taking from you guys in that way.
I mean, but
I
if she
do
has like 4 other slots.
No. I will. I'm gonna go figure this out. Theme Central, his dark material legendary.
Oh, they say Insecure was on HBO. Okay. Touche.
No, it's called Thievery. Period. That's how rich people keep money. They mooch. Yeah, smooch. All right, I'm gonna go now, and I will try to figure out how to watch this. And the next live I do, I will definitely be talking about what's it called? Dragons and Fire and Targaryens. What's the name of the thing?
No one knows the name.
Something about Targaryens. I'm gonna go watch it now.
Sounds a little too complex. What would you call it? Game of Thrones spinoff? We'll keep that.
Yeah, that's how I'm gonna call it. The Game of Thrones spinoff.
Okay. Oh, someone said, do I have a Hulu? I do not. I only have a Netflix, and it's not my Netflix.
Period. Anyone choosing Monier over Themis is questionable. No offense, Monier, none taken on his part. Period. Let them know. Period.
Why? What's wrong? What'd I do?
Huh? They don't even see your face, so I don't know how they're choosing you over me.
Yeah, but okay, but they hear my personality.
Ain't nobody gonna see your personality. All right, I'm going to end for real now. Oh, it's called House of Dragons. House of Themis, period. All right. I am gonna go. I love absolutely drag Themis. Themis glow took black men out of the home, period. I'm gonna go. I'm going to be back. I don't know when. I think Tuesday. I don't think I'm coming live this weekend. Maybe I probably won't. But I want to rank Renaissance songs, and I want to talk about Dungeon. What's it called? Literally just said the name. House of Dragons. So we'll do that. Have a wonderful night, guys. It is now almost 12 o'clock. I try to hold on for as long as I can. We did this for 4 hours and 50 minutes. Have a wonderful, wonderful night. Bye.
Bye-bye.